The Board of Trustees of the Lamar Consolidated Independent School District is called to order at 6:30 p.m. This is a regular monthly board meeting being held on May 20th, 2025. We have a quorum with 6 members present, with Trustee Bronzell absent. Please join me as a moment of silence to observe as you feel appropriate. Thank you. Please join, let's please stand and join me for the Pledge of Allegiance and the pledge to the Texas flag led by Khalil Mute. He's a 6th grader from Polly Ryan Middle School. All right, so come on over to the podium.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to the Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible.
You may have a seat. We will now have our recognitions and awards. Dr. Nivens?
Yes, sir. We have Ms. Cole-Hamilton at the podium.
Good evening, Board President, Trustees, Dr. Nivens, and those in attendance or virtually tonight. Our seniors may have graduated, but yes, there is still more to celebrate, and tonight we're welcoming several individuals and groups who have shown bright this spring, both academically and athletically. We're also going to welcome a teacher who recently garnered a national award, and we're going to celebrate our amazing Lamar CISD Board of Trustees on their amazing win, as well as acknowledging the trustees whose terms have come to an end. So first up, we're going to begin this evening with a very special academic recognition in honor of our Lamar CISD class of 2025 valedictorians and salutatorians. These students have been the top performers in their classroom and leaders on their campuses, and as they prepare to set forth on the next stage of their respective journeys, it gives us great pleasure to recognize these extraordinary young people on their extraordinary accomplishments as valedictorians and salutatorians for the Lamar CISD class of 2025. From Foster High School, valedictorian Michelle Chen, salutatorian Liliana Kovar. From Fulshire High School, valedictorian Ava Kathnak, salutatorian Swayam Shatoria. From George Ranch High School, valedictorian Elizabeth Pham and salutatorian Rachel Lee. From Lamar Consolidated High School, valedictorian Nouveau, salutatorian Chase Chang. Randall High School, valedictorian Alwyn Angelina Ariano and salutatorian Layla Isabel Lahern. And from Terry High School, valedictorian Benjamin Watkins and salutatorian Noor Salam. We'd like to do a group photo with all of our Valansals and our Board of Trustees. Got it. Okay, congratulations, students. Next, we turn to a talented student athlete from Lamar Consolidated High School who took her track and field skills all the way to the state championship and to the top spot on the winner's podium. It's our honor tonight to congratulate sophomore Brielle Lawson for her outstanding performance at the UIL 5A State Track and Field Championships. Come on out, Brielle. Let me tell you about this young lady. Brielle placed 3rd in shot put, improving her distance by more than a foot from last year's meet. Additionally, she captured the UIL 5A State Championship in discus with a phenomenal throw of 152 feet and 4 inches. Brielle is coached by throwing coach Michelle Cannon and head girls track coach Bo Granger, and we're incredibly proud of her growth and determination. Congratulations, Brielle. start, the following students were present earlier for their photos, but we're going to acknowledge them. We're going to recognize several of our CTE students from across the district who received top awards in their state-level events and are headed to nationals. We'll start with HOSA, the CTE Student Organization for Future Health Professionals. HOSA students from across the district competed at the state competition in Round Rock in April. Elaine Mishler from Fulshire High School placed first in her competition. Come on down, Elaine, and she's moving on to HOSA Nationals in Nashville, Tennessee, competing in occupational therapy. Is Elaine here this evening? Come on, Elaine, yeah. In TSA, it's a career and technical student organization that allows students to compete in various events. From George Ranch High School, advised by Brian Saunier, second place chapter team, Emilio Armejo, Luke Brock, Elvina Lynn, Eli Newland, Elizabeth Pham, and Daphne Seraphim. From Fulshire High School, coached by Doug Matheson and Steven Santos, first place geospatial, Grant Nawatney, Bisan Abdallah, and Linda Wang. First place digital video production, Linda Wang. First place engineering design, Bisan San Abdallah, Jeffrey Rapaki, and Mason Bird. Second place video game design, Vaishnavi Aberduri, Mauricio Morfilielus, Grant Nawatney, Jeffrey Rapaki, Daniel Tifan, and Jose Bernal. Third place children's story, Say Sandy Divarana, Devuri, Mystery, Raquel Ortega, and Ishtia Jain. From Lamar Junior High School, advised by Alan Gerberman, first place junior solo sprint, Daughtry King and Victoria Ramirez. From Lamar Consolidated High School, advised by Ashley Durham, we got second place in virtual reality, Cesar Alanes Irichia, Angel Hun, Dave Tatandi, Joshua Thomas, and Nu Vo. From Lehman Junior High School, advised by Heath Hayner, first place in career prep, Nakina Orizu, first place challenging technical issues, Timi Orgunshia and Sophia Shafiq, first place forensic technology, Aisha Tekin, first place mechanical engineering, Ava Morse, Audrey Wood, third place construction challenge, Shauna Jamie, and third place video game design, David Douglas. Keep going. Wright Junior High School, advised by Richard Embrick, first place middle school technology essay, Darsh Patel, third place website design, Muhammad Ali and Ahmad Hazima, Darsh Patel, and Ayan Rupani. Congratulations to all of our CTE scholars. Next, we're recognizing an engineering teacher who is one of 3 educators nationwide to receive the McGraw-Hill Pathfinder Award. Representing McGraw-Hill tonight is Berkey Hernandez, but each year McGraw-Hill recognizes educators for their innovative teaching methods and creative positive learning opportunities for students. Representing the Lions at Wright Junior High School is engineering teacher Richard Embrick. Come on out, Richard. He is a former business executive turned STEM educator. He inspires students to excel in science and math through immersive hands-on learning and story-based interactive labs. His efforts have led to higher test scores and increased retention rates. Congratulations, Mr. Embrick. Trustees, on Sunday, May 4th, HEB announced the statewide winners for the 23rd Annual HEB Excellence in Education Awards during a ceremony held in Austin. The ceremony brought together hundreds of educators, education officials, and leaders from across the state, including members of our own Board of Trustees who were named this year's top winning Texas School Board. And they brought home $25,000 for our district. As Dr. Nivens noted after the awards were announced, our school board members are truly an elite team, bringing passion, dedication, and commitment to their work as trustees, and that bears remembering. They do this all for free, as he often reminds us, and as elected officials, their service to the district and the community means a lot. Let's take a closer look at what makes the Lamar CISD School Board just so special.
Parallel, how these are what? Intersecting.
I'm Dr. Roosevelt Nivens. I'm superintendent here in Lamar Consolidated ISD. And this community that we serve is very diverse. And so we have a little bit of everything in our school system, which what makes us a melting pot, which makes us unique. So the board and I have a very solid relationship. We have our one-on-one monthly meetings. You know, we'll have dinner together. We all know each other's families. I make sure they have all the information they need, they ask all the right questions, and then they are not ashamed to make sure everybody has all the information. And so our relationship is really built on a firm foundation.
With our growth and the extreme speed of our growth, we're also seeing that as a bit of a challenge. We're now labeled a hyper-growth district, so there's challenges of trying to figure out, okay, where are we going to put this new school? So we're trying to acquire land, get voter approval on building those schools, then also providing top-tier education learning for these students. We've introduced a new way of learning this year called the Innovation Day, Day of Innovation, where our students are learning real-world skills. They're learning about taxes, credit scores, what it's like to change a tire, how to do that stuff. But what that's doing for us is that's creating an opportunity for our teachers to have an additional day of planning. So the goal is that our teachers aren't taking work home to sit at their dining room table and grade papers. They're able to do it during the day. So while our teachers are doing that, our students are over here learning something new. So our board has done a great job seeing these different needs that our teachers, that our students need, and supporting our district leadership and say, okay, we're going to help you, we're going to support you in meeting these needs as well.
Coming from a student standpoint, I feel like I put so much trust in them because I know that they're bettering our schools for us. And seeing them, go to elementary schools and go visit with kids, and also coming to the high schools and really connecting with the students, we know that they're there to better our schools for us, and how much they really care about us.
I've worked in education for 23 years and I've come across a lot of different school boards, and this is the first board I've ever seen where it looks like they're friends. They put differences aside, they agree that their common goal is to make Lamar the best that it can be, and they listen and they care and they respond. And so I am truly blown away by their commitment to our schools and most importantly to our children.
With the pace of growth here at Lamar CISD and the enormous complexities that come with that growth, our trustees always have a lot on their plates, but they consistently rise to the challenge, and it's amazing to see their efforts recognized and rewarded during this year's HEB Excellence in Education Awards. Congratulations, trustees. Let's give it up for our Board of Trustees. We thank you, we thank you, we thank you. And lastly, tonight we take a moment to express our deepest gratitude to three outstanding individuals whose time in the Lamar CISD Board of Trustees is coming to an end. Mandy Bronzell, who couldn't be with us tonight, Trustee Kay Danziger, and Trustee Joe Hubenak. Each of you have served our district with passion, integrity, and an unwavering commitment to doing what's best for students. Trustee Danziger and Trustee Joe Hubenak have helped shape the district in ways that will benefit generations of students to come. Trustees, you have stood tall in moments of challenge, celebrated our successes, and upheld the values that are near and dear to Lamar CISD. On behalf of the entire district, we thank you for your time, we thank you for your service, and we most importantly thank you for your commitment to our students, family, staff, and our future. You're always going to be a part of the Lamar CISD family. And at this time, I'm going to turn it over to President Lambert to close out with special remarks.
This is a time where I think for all of us, we've seen the work that these trustees have put in. And so I'm grateful when I was a new trustee that all three of them were able to walk me through a lot and explain a lot. And I was able to drink from three different fire hoses at the same time and try to digest a little bit of water coming out of it. But thank you. And so first, want to recognize Trustee Joe Hubenak, and for everyone that's now tuning in, Trustee Bronzell is out at a conference, and so we recognized her at our last board meeting and all that. So I prepared a few thoughts for each of them, so I'm just going to go ahead and read this. So this evening, we recognize Trustee Joe Hubenak for his dedicated service to Lamar CISD. Joe joined the board in 2017, but his connection to the district runs much deeper. He's a 1994 graduate of Lamar Consolidated High School and has lived and worked in the Richmond and Rosenberg area his entire life. That kind of hometown perspective is invaluable. It keeps us grounded in the realities of the people we get to serve. Throughout his time on the board, Joe has been a steady, thoughtful voice. He doesn't speak to be heard, he speaks when it matters. And when he does, it's clear he's focused on the long-term successes of our students, our schools, and our community. Joe has been a consistent and vocal advocate for our career and technical education programs. He understands the value of equipping students in practical skills that lead to real careers. And he's pushed to make sure those programs are supported, expanded, and taken seriously. Along with CTE, Joe has also been a strong supporter of our agriculture programs. He knows that for many students, these programs are not just electives, they're gateways to responsibility, leadership, and future careers. Whether it's welding, vet tech, livestock showmanship, Joe has always championed the importance of keeping those opportunities alive and well in Lamar CISD. In addition to his role as trustee, Joe's a small business owner and area manager for AT&T. He's husband to Kelly, which is one of our district's dedicated teachers, and a dad to two. To Kelly and his kids, thank you for sharing Joe with us. He brings a grounded perspective to every decision he makes. That lens has been a steady asset to the board. So Joe, thank you. You served with consistency and perspective and with genuine commitment to this community. Your support for students, especially those pursuing skilled trades in agriculture, will leave a lasting mark. You've made a difference, and we're grateful for the time you've served on this board. Thank you, Joe.
No, I appreciate it. I am not one to speak just to be heard. It shouldn't be about me. It should always be about the kids. I don't have a whole lot to say. It's been an interesting 8 years. You know, that aside from what we deal with on a daily basis, and then the natural disasters, floods, hurricanes, COVID, and everything else, I don't think it could have been any more eventful than it has been with the added challenges that we've had. But no, all I'd really like to say is just thank you to the staff, specifically the teachers, for what y'all do. It should be about the kids, and the teachers always make it about that, so I appreciate it.
I would like to open up to any other trustees if they have any words.
I just wanted to say Joe has always been a steady hand. You never know what Joe's thinking sometimes, because he doesn't speak just to be heard. So, but I appreciate you're just straightforward, and you say what you mean, and you don't mince words, and I appreciate that.
I have a pretty good filter.
Yes, we were side by side on a lot of what you just mentioned, and there were hard decisions to be made, but we always had the focus, and I appreciated your insight and direction, and we always knew we could count on you, Joe, to help keep us on track. And the board's going to miss you, I know.
A small token, because on top of the massive salary that you don't get paid for being a trustee, the district has prepared a memory book for you, and then also a lifetime ambassador. So for all those ag shows and all that stuff, you can come to any time, so. All right, that's it. Just kidding. Y'all, Trustee Kay Danzinger, she's a saint. So, a few words for you, ma'am. Tonight, we want to say thank you to someone who has not only served this district with distinction, but has truly given her heart to it. Kay Danzinger has dedicated over 4 decades of her life to Lamar CISD as a teacher for 32 years and as a trustee for the past 12. That alone is remarkable, but if you know Kay, you know that her commitment runs far deeper than titles or timelines. Kay shows up Kay shows up with compassion, she shows up with boldness, and she shows up with an unshakable love for this district, its teachers, and its students. She has never forgotten what it means to stand in a classroom, to invest in children, and to support the people who make our schools work. Beyond the boardroom, Kay's impact stretches throughout Fort Bend County through her nonprofit work and tireless volunteerism. And let's be honest, she also has a gift for roping in her friends. Roping her friends into that work. Her support system of friends and family isn't just strong, it's generous. To each of you, thank you for sharing Kay with us all these years. She has a heart of gold, she's benevolent, supportive, and steady. She doesn't just talk about the problems, she meets needs. She builds people up, she encourages, she loves, and she leads with grace. On a personal note, I've had the privilege of being known as Kay's board son. Whether we're walking down the street or climbing a set of stairs, she says it with affection, and I take it to heart. It's a title I didn't expect, but one I truly cherish. I consider it an honor to walk alongside her, to support her, and to be part of her journey in this role. It's been one of the great joys of my time on this board. So Kay, on behalf of this board and this entire district, thank you. Thank you for being a tireless advocate, a wise voice, a true servant, and a faithful friend. You leave Lamar CISD better than you found it, and it's the highest mark of leadership. Thank you.
And unlike Joe, I do have several words. Sorry about that, but, you know, after you're here for about 12 years and you see so much and you hear so much, I'm just have a few things that I want to say and a few thank yous. To begin with, I really do want to congratulate the three people sitting up front tonight, our new Lamar trustees that will be sworn in later this evening. And I am so proud of you because truly in life, there are the 90, in my opinion, 99% of the people stand on the sidelines and complain and don't get involved. And 1% say, how can I roll up my sleeves and help? So by doing so and saying, how can I be part of LCISD to make it continue being the school district it is, you said yes. So whatever comes after tonight, you've already won, in my opinion. But to help you along the way, I've made a top 10 list of what you might enjoy. And they're not really in a particular order because there was actually more than 10. It was hard to whittle it down. First of all, visiting schools and watching the amazing teachers teach. You'll never get tired of it. Convocation and confuncation, start to finish of a school year needs to be celebrated, and we always do. Opening new schools, dedications, groundbreaking, especially of the CTE Center, whenever you can make some of those events and celebrations, they're amazing. Of course, we can't not talk about all our state championships. Too many to count between football, water polo, wrestling, volleyball, dance team, cheerleading, just to name a few, and all the ladies and gentlemen that just passed through us in their areas of expertise. One that I love, and I hope I can still kind of come around, is, and that's the Novice Academy. That's the new teacher events. Come and see the new people coming into our district. It will warm your heart, and you'll hear their stories of how they made it here. And some of them are Lamar grads, and that's always exciting to see. And of course, handing out money. $100 to brand new teachers, bonuses to the whole district. Can't do it often, but when we can, great to surprise the whole district, even your best friend, whom I didn't tell. We were told not to tell. There's many dinners, lunches, breakfasts. When we celebrate our students, volunteers, teachers, staff, and milestones, you can't make it to all, but if you can, they're exciting to see. And as Joe and Mandy and I got to be an honor board in 2018, and then now HEB Best School Board of 2025, that was an icing on the cake. And number two, graduations. We just graduated over 3,000 this weekend, and we shook hands and marveled at their success. It never gets old. But the number one reason that you're going to enjoy this, it's working through and solving the hard decisions and watching the district grow and flourish. So those are just some things to look for in your next 4 years. Now, I just want a few thank yous, and I'm going to see who's in here. Well, first of all, I can't leave without saying thank you for their dedication, the cabinet and their staff. It marvels at how well not only you do your job, but work together as a whole. And you don't see that everywhere, and I thank you for it. And I don't know where they are, but our area superintendents, I know they're out there somewhere. They are a fun bunch, but they work very hard throughout our district in their areas, but they are always ready to step up and help another area superintendent in theirs. And now they're going to have a 7th one because we're opening another school track, but they are definitely a backbone of our success. And of course, thank you to, you can't not say thank you to all the administrators, the teachers, the paraprofessionals, the bus drivers who take our babies in the morning and make sure they're safely home at night, to the food nutrition staff, to our police department, keeping our schools safe. All of these, and I know I'm missing the librarians. Oh, they're my heart, because they help bring reading and love of reading like I did for so many years in the classroom. When I came onto the board, we had about 3,000 people working in our district, and now we're close to 6,000. We had about 25, 26, maybe 27,000 children, and now we're close to 47,000. 12 years is a long time, but the growth is definitely here. And as we grow and we bring on new people, maintenance operations, I mean, everyone, they step up and they do what needs to be done to keep our district working and being successful. To my fellow board members, I've worked with 17 different board members over the years, and sadly, a couple have passed on, but you let me speak, whether you agreed with me or not, which I appreciate, but working together as a board takes listening and giving and taking, and not just being there for yourself and your agenda. It's a work in progress. You will get there with your new board, and you will even grow further than we even can imagine. To Dr. Nivens, I've worked with 2 great superintendents. Dr. Randall at first, which was kind of weird because I kind of worked as a teacher, and then I turned around and became his boss. But I said 4 years ago, as we were doing the process of finding a new superintendent, I wasn't going anywhere for 4 years. I was going to bring you to the community. But you really didn't need my help. You knew what you had done your homework, and people on this in the community know who you are and know what you stand for, and they know you speak the truth. So I was so glad to be able to watch how you flourished these last 4 years. And to my family and friends, some here today, and I hope some of my family back in Austin or LA are watching, and my grandbaby. You know, I came on the board, I wasn't even a grandmother yet, and now I'm Nana to 5, which hopefully I'll have a little more time for. But, you know, Josh, Rebecca, Beth, Adam, Matt, and Jacqueline, and the grandkids, and I'm going to say their names because they're listening, Jackson, Lila, Hannah, Micah, and Jonas. Nana is excited that she's going to have a little more time with you, but I spent my career as a teacher and school board trustee advocating and supporting the strength of public education, and that's not going to stop now. You have a little bag on your desk that says "Don't peek," I couldn't leave tonight without leaving a memory of what happened a few weeks ago. So if you'd like to look inside now, you can. And I have one from when we got honor board, and I look at it all the time, and it just is a moment in time that we took and got our hard work validated. And not everybody can say they can do that. Thank you.
We didn't do the silly picture.
Okay, trustees, would anyone like to?
Yes, I'm going to try to do it without crying.
I did it, I brought
I
Kleenex.
know. We're going to miss you so much. You have truly left a legacy, 12 years of service, and I know this is not goodbye.
No.
It is not. You will be around. We're going to build you a school eventually. And, yeah, not goodbye. We'll see you around, but thank you so much
Thank
for
you.
everything.
Yeah, I'll just say that I always appreciate your perspective, coming as a teacher and then someone who's been on the board for so long, and just, like she said, we'll see you around.
Oh, yeah, I'm not
Yes.
going anywhere.
Thank you, and you're
Thank
always
you.
very thoughtful, and I appreciate that.
And Kay, you and I have had a few battles in this room. It's always been about ideas, though, and what we both think is best. So I've respected you, and I've told other people that too, behind the scenes. So thanks for your dedication to Lamar.
All right. All right, like Joe and Mandy, we got you a memory book, and
Hers has got to be thicker than everyone else's.
I'm sure there's a flash drive somewhere that has a terabyte of photos and videos. Here you go, man. Proud of you.
And I'm definitely using yours.
That'll get you in all the press box for football games and all the theaters and plays and musicals and band performances that you love, so. Their name is spelled right, and pronounced correctly, too. So, Dr. Nivens, do you have anything you would like to? Okay, in this report, okay. All right, so thank you very much to the 3 trustees that have served so graciously and sacrificially, so. We will move on with the meeting. So we will have introductions. So Dr. Nivens.
Yes, sir. We have Mr. Bates at the podium.
Thank you, Dr. Nivens. Good evening, President Lambert and Board of Trustees. Tonight, I am proud to introduce the new principal of Jane Long Elementary School for the 25-26 school year, Mrs. Ashley Thompson. Mrs. Thompson was born and raised in Beaumont, Texas. She's a proud graduate of Prairie View A&M University, where she received her bachelor's degree in interdisciplinary studies, and the University of Houston Clear Lake, where she earned her master's degree in education administration. Mrs. Thompson is one of our very own, and she's a proud Richmond resident and recently served in Fort Bend ISD as an assistant principal. Ashley has a total of 18 years of experience in the field of education, serving as a classroom teacher, instructional coach, and assistant principal. Attending with Mrs. Thompson tonight is her husband, Louis Thompson, and her son, Aiden, who is a 6th grader at Roberts Middle School. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the new principal of Jane Long Elementary School for the 25-26 school year, Mrs. Ashley Thompson. Next, I would like to introduce the new campus athletic coordinator and head football coach for Lamar Consolidated High School, Mr. Chris Lane. Mr. Lane was born in Augusta, Georgia, and raised in Germany, as his father was in the U.S. Army. He's a proud graduate of Western Carolina University, where he received his bachelor's degree in business administration and Western Governors University, where he earned his master's degree in education administration. Mr. Lane is also one of our very own, as he's a proud Fulshire resident and recently served in A-Leaf ISD as an offense coordinator at his previous campus. Chris has a total of 21 years of experience in the field of education, serving as a classroom teacher, offensive coordinator, and assistant head coach. Attending with Mr. Lane tonight is his wife, Nikki, his daughter, Nayana, who is a junior at Fortune High School, and his daughter, Nalise, who is a 7th grader at Lehman Junior High. And I also believe he has a surprise visit from his mother-in-law, but she told me she's mama, Mrs. Charlotte Ingram. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the new campus athletic coordinator and head football coach for Lamar High School, Coach Chris Lane. President Lambert, that concludes all introductions for this evening.
All right, thank you. Welcome to the team, y'all. We will now have the board member reports and shout-outs. Trustees, if you have any, please keep them to 1 to 2 minutes, please.
I think I've shouted enough.
Yeah. All
I'll
right,
say,
Secretary Welch.
Not too long ago, May the 3rd, I think it was, we had a Leaf fundraiser called Surfs Up. It's a big party for adults and staff members, and I wanted to give a shout out to our custodial staff that was there, and they were busting their butt. And you guys were doing a great job. And one guy that I met specifically was Jose Reyna. And I just wanted to congratulate him and all the other folks, not congratulate, to thank you. And just to say we appreciate you, we saw you, and I hope you were able to enjoy the festivities and the levity in the pavilion as we were all there to celebrate and raise money.
Just one more huge shout out to the class of 2025 who graduated this weekend. It was amazing. Thank you to all the principals and teachers and staff that come help during those graduations, sit at every end and row and make sure it goes smoothly. 3,000 something graduates, just super, super awesome to be up there. It's really cool. Yes.
I would like to publicly thank all of our campus-level staff that are wrapping up this school year. We know this is the time of the year where the kids are ready to get out, and there is ups and downs every day at schools. And so huge, massive thank you to our campus staff, from custodial through food service, through paras, teachers, admin, office staff. So massive thank you to all of our campus-level employees. Next is board committee reports. Trustees, are there any board committee reports?
Okay, so I am the trustee who sits on the committee for our Schools of Choice Partner Search. The committee recently completed the RFQ process with 2 organizations and conducted capacity interviews with Alpha Premier Academy and the YMCA. And just to remind the public, earlier this year, the board approved the administration to start exploring the creation of schools of choice through under Senate Bill 1882, which allows districts to partner with nonprofits and other outside entities to create new schools. And to the board, like it says in your board book, both orgs were evaluated across 9 areas, including academic planning, financial stability, and leadership structure. And both of the organizations were very STEM focused, and I wouldn't say they brought the same ideas to the table, but they brought very complementary ideas to the table for what they thought a school of choice could look like in LCISD. And based on the RFQ, the committee is recommending them as a qualified potential partner, and that is on our consent agenda, but I plan on pulling that item so that we can discuss it a little bit more in case the trustees have any questions. But other than that, I feel really good about how the process is moving forward, and I want to thank Dr. Phillips and the other committee members who are being tasked with what is a very heavy lift for all the work they've done so far and will continue to do as we move forward.
For the way our district operates, the officers get to sit on the budget committees. And so myself, Secretary Welch, Vice President Hotzel, we get to sit on that. And so we've had a couple board budget committees. And so we get to sit and listen to our financial team process stuff and how they're trying to get us, away from that deficit closer to a balanced budget. So we are getting closer to a balanced budget. So big thank you to our team that is crunching all those numbers and all that. So we're looking at, we announced previously the pay raise for teachers that came out of that board budget committee. And so we also have since we're unveiling a new strategic plan, we have a school finance strategic plan that we're working on as well. And so we had a committee meeting last week, I believe, or maybe a week before that. They're all going together. So we got to sit up there with some of the committee members and figure out, okay, now financially, how are we going to take the priorities of the strategic plan and apply dollars to those priorities to make sure that the dollars have a name to it. So that was the budget committee. Anything else?
No, I was the chairman of the Strategic Planning Committee, and I'm happy to report that that committee has been dissolved. So,
all right. Dr. Nivens, Superintendent report.
Yes, sir. I want to take my time and just say a few words to our outgoing trustees. As superintendent, we and the trustees, we spend a lot of time together. And you always hate when this time comes because you feel like, you're losing a part of your family. And so to Trustee Hubernack, sir, I appreciate your spirit, appreciate your attitude. You've always worked with integrity. But also, I love how you tell me all the good spots to go eat in Houston. And he's not wrong. And so I'm not sure where he's putting it, but I think I'm getting it instead of him. But you'll be missed, sir, and I appreciate you. And I've watched you as a dad and a husband, and I admire that. I admire that wholeheartedly. You love your kids, you love your family, you love your wife, and you do everything for them and everything you can. And so that's been recognized, and I appreciate you, sir. And of course, to my board mother, Ms. Danziger, and Zach, President Lambert said it earlier. She has a heart of gold. And, very seldom do you see people serve just for the sake of serving and helping. And that's what she does. And she is Miss Community. She's always around, will always be around. And you have made an impression on my life that I'll never forget. And I really appreciate you, Ms. Danziger. Really appreciate you. Thank you.
Mrs. Johnson, are there any public comments? All right. With that being said, we're going to take action on the consent agenda. Are there any items that the board would like to pull?
I am going to pull item J just for a brief clarification.
So we're going to pull item J. Trustees, are there any other items? All right, with that, may I have a motion to approve the current consent agenda with the exceptions of item J? Trustee Danziger makes that motion. Do we have a second? Trustee Hubernack with a strong and vocal second. Is there any discussion? All right, I will now call for the vote. All in favor of approving the current consent agenda item, with the exception of item J, say aye. Aye. Motion passes. All right, so now we will talk about the item J. So may I have a motion to approve consent item J? All right, Secretary Welch makes that motion. Do we have a second? Trustee Hubernack with a vocal second that time. So is there any discussion?
Is that when I do this
Yes,
now?
now
Okay.
you can discuss.
Okay. So just to make sure we're all on the same page about it, because I did get a couple of questions. So basically, we are just approving it, but it does not commit us to a formal partnership with either organization. It simply means they've been vetted as potential partners based on their written application and the RFQ process. So now, basically, if we choose to, they're essentially pre-qualified. I know you were asking me about that. So this I would say just gives the district flexibility without locking us into a decision, because I don't think we're quite there yet on our micro schools and how we're going to move forward. But just as a committee member, I feel comfortable with the recommendation because I do think they both have valuable, services to offer if we choose to. But yeah, just really wanted to make the nuance clear and that this was just an internal first step for the RFQ process.
So I was told that, so these are the only two that responded to the RFQ?
Yes, so far, I believe. Dr. Phillips?
Yes.
That's correct. Those were the only two that responded to this RFQ.
Okay, so are we doing anything to garner more people?
Yeah, as we continue in the process in building out our idea of what schools we want to have, if we feel the need to do another RFQ, then we can do that as well.
Yeah, I guess that was my question. What are we actively doing? Because when I look at this, I don't know, I'm not, just based on looking at what the results of what's on the paper, I feel like that might be a necessary step.
So on paper, I think what she means is they don't look like they scored super highly or met or partially met, but the application and the RFQ were pretty broad, I would say.
That's correct. There's a lengthy process to this. They initially submit an application that required them to kind of paint a picture of a school that they would want us to help create within the district with no real parameters around that. And so that was really broad. And then we invite them to the capacity interview based on that initial application. And then in that capacity interview, that allows us to ask them more specific questions and go a little bit deeper with what a school could look like. And then the next phase of that would be for us to come together, the committee to come together again and present some things to cabinet and say, which direction do you want to go with this moving forward? And then if those applicants fit the model that we want to move forward with, then we can invite them. If they don't, then we don't invite them. If we'd like to go back out and seek other partners, we can do that as well.
Okay.
So this is a final, this is just a beginning.
Pre-qualifications.
Pre-vol. Okay, got to start somewhere. Okay.
All right, is there any more discussion? Hearing none, we'll call for the vote. All in favor, may I have a motion? Well, I guess we already have that. So all in favor of approving consent item J, say aye. Aye. The motion carries. At this time, we will take action on the action items. Dr. Nivens?
Our trustees, we have Ms. Jill Lowick coming to the podium.
Good evening, Board of Trustees and Dr. Nivens. This evening, I will provide a small amount of information, but this item actually is about the truth in taxation requirements. Those come from the Comptroller's Office, and every year in the budget adoption process, in order to be more transparent to the public and taxpayers, we are required to do certain things as a school district. So with that, tonight we will be asking the Board of Trustees to do three things. One, to vote on a date for the public meeting to discuss and/or adopt the budget for the 2025-2026 school year. The proposed date will be June 17th. That's the date of the regular meeting next month. Requirement 2 is to vote on the tax rate that we will publish in our notice. The notice is very technical. There's certain requirements that the Comptroller's Office has and items that we have to publish in that notice. They also tell us how big the font has to be and all those types of things. So it's a technical notice. In that, we are proposing right now that the tax rate that we will publish is $1.13 roughly, 1.1337. And that's a total of the two different components of the tax rate, one being the maintenance and operations tax rate. That is roughly 65 cents, 0.6537. And then also the interest and sinking tax rate, which is meant to pay for principal and interest on our outstanding bonds. That rate is 48 cents. That is the same rate as our current year, so there's no increase in the interest and sinking tax rate. The third requirement is also to designate the individual in the district or the office that will calculate two tax rates, the no new revenue rate and the voter approval tax rate. And it's my office, the Office of the Chief Financial Officer, that will do that calculation. So with that, those are the three requirements, and I will take any questions you might have.
That overall tax rate, is that higher or lower than this current year tax rate?
It is lower.
So say that one more time.
It is lower.
So Lamar CISD is about to vote to
Lower the tax rate.
lower the tax rate. Again.
Again.
How many
yes.
years in a row have we?
I don't have that information
Okay, but we
on
have
me right now,
consistently-
but we've been consistently going down, roughly a penny or so, a couple cents this year. There was one year, I think, 9 cents, so we've been consistently decreasing the tax rate.
Any questions, discussion about lowering the tax rate again?
We are lowering the tax rate.
Okay. All right, trustees, hearing no questions, may I have a motion for the Board of Trustees to approve Tuesday, June 17th, 2025 as the date for the public meeting to discuss budget and proposed tax rate? Trustee Trustee Danziger makes the motion for us to meet without her. Do I have a second? Trustee Ubenak makes that second as well. Any discussion? We'll call for the vote. All in favor, say aye. Aye. The motion carries. All right. Now, may I have a motion for the Board of Trustees to approve that $1.1331, well, we'll just say 1.13370 be the proposed tax rate that will be published in notice for the public meeting. So components of the two-part tax rate of .6537 for the M&O and .4800 for the INS. You have a motion? All right. Trustee Danziger makes that motion. Do we have a second? Trustee Ubenak with a solid second. Any discussion? All right, hearing none, we'll call for the vote. All in favor, say aye. Aye. That motion carries, and that vote carries. May I have a motion for the Board of Trustees to approve that the office of the CFO be designated as the officer/employee responsible for calculating no new revenue tax rate and voter-approved tax rate? All right, Trustee Danziger makes a motion. Do we have a second? Trustee Ubenak with a second. Any discussion? All right, we'll call for the vote. All in favor, say aye. Aye. That motion carries unanimously. All right. Thank you, Ms. Ludwig.
Thank you.
Dr. Nivens. All right, trustees, we have Mr. Buchanan to talk about design development.
Good evening, Board of Trustees and Dr. Nivens. Tonight, we bring forth a discussion and possible approval of the design development for junior high school number 8. Just to remind the public and the Board of Trustees, this is located on FM 359 north of downtown Fulshire, and it will be located on the east side of FM 359 adjacent to high school number 8. This is option 1. This is option 1 adjacent to the high school number 8 that was approved. Option number 2. Option number 2 next to high school number 8. Option number 3. Option number 3 adjacent to high school number 8. These were our committee members that ranked the 3 options. Their ranking was option 1 received 2 votes, option 2 received 7, option 3 received 0. So again, this is option number 2 adjacent to high school number 8 that was already approved, and the rankings of the options.
Trustees, is there any questions or discussion regarding this? All right, we will need a motion from a trustee to select one. We need a motion.
Motion to select option 2.
All right, we have a motion from trustee Ubinak to select option 2 to go along with what the committee has chosen. Do we have a second? Trustee Danziger makes a second. Any discussion? All right, hearing none, we'll call for the vote. All in favor say aye. Aye, that motion carries. All right, Dr. Nivens.
Yes, sir. We'll turn it over to Mr. Bates to have a discussion about the approval of establishing a legacy grant from HEB. And so this is a great conversation to have also. Mr. Bates.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Nivens, President Lambert, Board of Trustees. Tonight's presentation is an action item regarding the establishment of a new scholarship opportunity for LCISD students. If approved tonight, this policy would also establish a new local policy code, and in the policy manual, it will be in the F section, and it will be under the FG local section of our policy manual. This policy will also focus on students and awards for LCISD students. The policy is divided and outlined into 7 sections, as you see before you on the screen. The purpose section, scholarship overview, funding, eligibility criteria, selection process, policy modification, timeline to award scholarships. And so next, I will go over each one of these sections briefly, but I'll be mindful to make sure that I pause for any questions or any comments and discussions amongst the trustees. So the first section, the purpose of the policy. And I'll be reading these verbatim as the policy will be outlined and listed within our actual policy manual. The board establishes the 2025 LCISD School Board HEB Legacy Scholarship in recognition of the district's achievement in receiving the prestigious HEB Excellence in Education Award. This scholarship serves to celebrate the spirit of educational excellence by supporting post-secondary opportunities for graduating seniors, with special consideration given to students in non-traditional programs. So I'll pause for any questions or any discussion.
So what does that last sentence mean exactly? Like special consideration given to students? I mean, is it for all students or is it for students in non-traditional programs? Or?
Or like what would be an example of non-traditional program?
Well, that, but why does it say with special given? I mean, is it for students in non-traditional programs or is it for any graduating senior?
Oh, I mean, so once we get through the policy, we'll talk about this. There will be a policy, students will apply for it. It will be, all students can apply for it, but that's special consideration. And so, do you want me to go into where this came from right now, or do we want to wait?
I will cover that later on in the presentation.
You'll cover that?
Okay, it's down here. Okay.
Any other questions?
Go ahead.
Okay. Next is a scholarship overview. Each year, starting in 2025-26, the academic school year, the board shall select one graduating high school student to receive the LCISD School Board HEB Legacy Scholarship. The scholarship amount will be determined based on the available funds with a maximum amount award not to exceed $1,000. Funding. The scholarship shall be funded through the district's allocation of award money received from the 2025 HEB Excellence in Education Award, donations, or other board-approved sources. Eligibility criteria. To be eligible, a student must, first, compete in a district career and technology education, or CTE, program, or performing in visual arts, PVA, students program. That's the first section. Or be a graduating senior enrolled in a district high school, including a non-traditional program such as an alternative high school, a GED program, a credit recovery or a job dropout recovery program, a pregnant and parenting student program, or a night school or flexible scheduling program. So all of those are options for number 2. Or be a graduating senior receiving homebound services, which is a service that we provide for certain students, which is initiated by a medical doctor. So any of 1, 2, or 3, and combination of number 4, demonstrate a commitment to post-secondary education, including college, CTE, military service, or workforce training. So the next one is the selection process. A committee composed solely of school board members, as appointed by the president of the school board, shall establish the application process and selection rubric. The committees will evaluate applicants by prioritizing factors such as academic growth, perseverance, personal statements dedicated to the district's core values, and community involvement rather than focusing exclusively on grade point average or GPA or class rank. Modification to the policy. This policy shall only be amended, repealed, or otherwise modified by unanimous vote of all 7 board members at a duly called board meeting. Timeline to award scholarship. The scholarship shall be awarded at the regularly meeting held in May of each year, starting in May of 2026. The LCISD scholarship, the LCISD School Board HEB Legacy Scholarship shall be awarded annually through the 2047-2048 academic school year. The continuation of the scholarship beyond the 2047-48 school year shall be subject to board review and approval.
So a little background for the community. So we won this award, was it 2 weeks ago? Due to timeliness, this is kind of one that's kind of just had to be done quick because we wanted the opportunity for this current board to sit and vote on it and be able to decide where that money gets applied. So we walked off the stage after accepting the award, sat down at our table, then the ceremony was over, and then we went straight to a restaurant in the hotel and just all sat down. We're like, oh my gosh, did this really happen? And what do we do with this money? And so there was brief conversations about scholarship, but due to Open Meetings Act and the law and the board sitting around a table in a non-called meeting discussing items that are school-related, we're like, oh my gosh, we really can't make any decisions right now. So we kind of, Dr. Nivens, I think, picked up on some things, and Ms. Cole Hamilton, our Chief Communications Officer, were picking up what we were putting down in a little bit about, and so they were just like, okay, now let's work on a policy. So as the president, I was able to give some guidance to that and say, okay, well, we have to make a decision by the 20th on what we want to do with it to allow this current board to sit. So from some of those just walking off the stage discussions, we're like, okay, what if we did a scholarship? And what if we made it to where for the next 25 years, a student that will come through LCISD will have the opportunity to get a scholarship and be blessed, and maybe a student that would normally not feel like they are capable of applying for a scholarship, or they find themselves in a situation that maybe they got dealt a less than stellar hand and say, you still matter and you can still apply for a scholarship and all that. So I think that's where some of that wording comes from, is like, all of our students are capable, and all of our students, it doesn't matter their circumstances that surround them, can go in there, apply for scholarship, and go on to that next level. And so that's where it was, we wanted to add that they can go into a career training program. They didn't have to go to a traditional 4-year university. If they want to go straight into the workforce and get certifications, it can be applied to that. And so, but it would have to be, so each year for the next 25 years, and potentially longer, depending on if we're able to grow that interest and all that. The sitting board for that year will have an application process. That sitting board will be the ones that will get to choose who that applicant is for that year, but it will be done in the honor of this board that worked their rear ends off to win that award. So I don't know if anyone else?
So basically, you're saying we want to encompass everyone, and by spelling it out, it doesn't mean that we're leaving anybody out. So that's just being more, the clarification is there. Because a lot of children or students, when they hear scholarship, they'd say, well, I'll never get that because I don't have the grades, or I don't have this, or I don't have that. So I appreciate that, because that's kind of what we want.
And knowing the heart of the people that sit on this board and that have been a part of that, falls in line with the heartbeat of the people that have stood up here and sat at these tables and made some hard decisions, and that's always been a idea of the people.
Right, I guess my question was more of, it just didn't make sense to me when I was listening to it, like more of the secondary opportunities for graduating seniors in non-traditional programs. So I didn't.
Yeah. And we realized that the timing of it where, like, normally we would have an informational item, then we'll have a future action item, and then an action item, and just the timeline just did not allow us that we had to go straight action item and not be able to have discussion as a board to do that. So the timing's unfortunate, but the reason for the timing is really darn awesome. Any other discussion, questions? Okay, hearing none, thank you, sir. Yeah, so may I have a motion for the Board of Trustees to approve the establishment of the 2025 School Board HEB Legacy Scholarship in recognition of their achievement in receiving the 2025 HEB Excellence in Education Award as presented?
And I will like to make that motion.
All right, Trustee Danziger makes that motion. Do we have a second? Trustee Ubanak makes that second, and we'll do an honorary third for Trustee Bronzel. I don't know if that counts, but hearing none, is there any discussion? By proxy. All right, hearing none, I'll call for the vote. All in favor say aye. Aye. None opposed, the motion carries. All right. It is 7:36 p.m. We are adjourning to closed session pursuant to Texas Government Code Sections 551.071, 551.072, 551.074, and 551.082, the Open Meetings Act, to discuss personnel, land acquisition, or consultation with our attorney.
The Lamar CISD Board of Trustees are now returning from closed session.
It is 7:57 PM. We are back in open session. Are there any motions to be made?
I have a motion. I move that the Board of Trustees approve the purchase of an elementary school site in a neighborhood called The George and authorize the superintendent or designee to negotiate and execute the contract as discussed in closed session.
All right, we have heard the motion from Secretary Welch. Do we have a second? Trustee Box makes the second. Any discussion? Hearing none, we'll call for the vote. All in favor say aye. Aye. Motion passes unanimously. Do we have any more motions?
Yes, Mr. President, I move that the Board of Trustees approve the deductive change order for Lamar Consolidated High School, Lamar Junior High School, Pink Elementary School, Smith Elementary School, and Long Elementary School as discussed in closed session.
All right, we have a motion from Trustee Danziger. Do we have a second? All right, Secretary Welch makes a second. Any discussion? Hearing none, we'll call for the vote. All in favor say aye. Aye. Motion passes unanimously. Any more motions?
Yes, Mr. President, I move that the Board of Trustees approve the employment of the professional personnel as discussed in closed session.
All right, we have a motion from Vice President Hotzel. Do we have a second? Trustee Ubinak makes a second. Any discussion? Okay, hearing none, we will now call for the vote. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Motion carries unanimously. Trustee Ubinak and Trustee Danziger, thank you so much for your service. Y'all have served exceptionally well, Lamar CISD. So, thank you so much. So we're going to take a momentarily break. We're going to, next section, we're going to doing the swearing in for the new trustees. So we'll take a couple minutes. Click that. Whenever it's green, you know you're on. Whenever you want to move.
and stand in district order in front of your folders. There's a couple of items that I need you to sign first. If you open it, you'll see that the information on the left-hand side pretty much mimics what's on the right. It is going to be your certificate of election, which just says that you have, oh, do I need to hold this? I'm sorry. It's your certificate of election that just says that basically the votes have been canvassed and you truly won. You got more votes than the other person, and you will be our next trustees for the districts that you serve. The documents that are, they don't match because I've already taken the district's copy of your certificate of election. The second document is your statement of office. It basically, I want you to read over it and that you can sign it, but it says that you have not been bribed or offered gifts or any of those fun things to be in the office that you will serve. And then the third document is your oath of office, which each of you will take individually by your selected oath givers. So if you just want to take a moment and look through and sign, and then we will get you all sworn in. Okay, so if I could get you to please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, and please state your name,
I, Zachariah John Lambert,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will faithfully execute the duties
that I will faithfully execute the duties
of the office of the Board of Trustees for the Lamar Consolidated Independent School District,
of the office of the Board of Trustees for the Lamar Consolidated Independent School District,
Single Member District Number 1
Single Member District Number 1
of the State of Texas,
of the State of Texas,
and will do the best of my ability
and will do the best of my ability
to preserve,
protect,
and defend the Constitution
and to preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution
and the laws of the United States
and the laws of the United States
and of this state,
so
help me God.
So help me God.
All right, you are official.
There we go.
And now.
All right. So, in the name of the authority of the state of Texas, please repeat after me. I, Monica Neely Henderson,
I, Monica Neely Henderson,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will faithfully execute
that I will faithfully execute
the duties of the office
the duties of the office
of the Board of Trustees for Lamar Consolidated Independent School District,
of the Board of Trustees for Lamar Consolidated Independent School District,
Single Member District Number 2
Single Member District Number 2
of the state of Texas,
of the state of Texas,
and will to the best of my ability
and will to the best of my ability
preserve, protect, and defend
preserve, protect, and defend
the Constitution and laws of the United States
the Constitution and laws of the United States
and of this state,
and of this state,
so help me God.
so help me God.
If you'll please raise your right hand. In the name and by the authority of the state of Texas, I state your name.
Vanessa Crystal Marsters,
Do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will faithfully execute
that I will faithfully execute
the duties of the office
the duties of the office
of Board of Trustee for Lamar Consolidated Independent School District,
of Board of Trustee for Lamar Consolidated Independent School District,
Single Member District Number 3
Single Member District Number 3
of the state of Texas,
of the state of Texas,
and will, to the best of my ability,
and will, to the best of my ability,
preserve, protect, and defend
preserve, protect, and defend
the Constitution and laws of the United States
the Constitution and laws of the United States
and of this state,
and of the state,
so help me God.
so help me God.
Congratulations, Ms. Marsters.
Thank you.
Ready? Raise your right hand. In the name and by the authority of the state of Texas, I state your name.
I, George R. Arroyos,
Do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will
that I will
faithfully execute
faithfully execute
the duties of the office of
the duties of the office of
Board of Trustees
Board of Trustees
for Lamar Consolidated Independent School District,
for Lamar Consolidated Independent School District,
Single Member District Number 6
Single Member District Number 6
of the state of Texas,
of the state of Texas,
and will,
and will,
to the best of my
to
ability,
the best of my ability,
preserve, protect, and defend
preserve, protect, and defend
the Constitution and the laws of the United States
the Constitution and the laws of the United States
and of this state.
and of this state.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
It is 8:12 PM. We're going to take a short recess and reconvene in 15 minutes. This will be for y'all to take pictures with your families and celebrate this. So 15 minutes, we'll be back. We are now back in open session. It is 8:26 PM. We have a quorum with 7 trustees. So I would like to say welcome to our newest teammates and trustees to the Lamar Consolidated ISD. I look forward to serving with each of you along with our current trustees. So thank you for stepping up to the call, saying yes, and sticking your neck out there and doing what is best for Lamar CISD. So thank you so much. And Trustee Arroyos has requested to say a few words. So I'd like to pass it over to Trustee Arroyos.
Thank you. I'll be very brief. I know that we have a busy agenda, but I'd be remiss if I didn't thank my predecessor, Joe Hubenak. I believe he's probably already left the building, but Joe, I'd like to echo Dr. Niven's remarks that he served with integrity, and he served at a time when we needed Joe. I slept much better at night knowing that Joe Hubenak was serving on our school board along with my friend Mandy Bronzell. So I want to thank them and their families for their service to our community. The Hubenak family and my family have a long-standing relationship, and I just wanted to mention that my sister-in-law, who's in the audience today, is Stella McGill. Stella, wave your hand, was an educator here in Lamar Consolidated Independent School District for 40 years. And as a 40-year educator, she worked with Mrs. Hubenak, Joe's mother, when Joe's mom was a school nurse at J. Meyer Elementary School. My brother-in-law, Rick Arredondo, who's here as well, Rick, give us a hand, wave us a hand. He worked collaboratively with Joe Hubenak's father, and Joe Hubenak's father and my brother-in-law collaborated on the accounting for the family business of my sister-in-law. Much like Joe, I married up, and so my wife is in the audience, Manuela. Most people know me as Manuela's husband in Fort Bend County. And I'm proud of that. Joe Hubenak's father and my brother-in-law Richard worked on the accounting for their family business, which is a business which was established in Needville for 50 years and is still in existence today. So they are Fort Bend County natives. Also, Joe and I share a passion for agriculture. I grew up in the Texas Panhandle in farm country, and so I too share a special interest in agriculture. My wife started making me wear shoes when I met her. Otherwise, I'd have had my boots on as well. But I just wanted to thank Joe and his family, his wife Kelly, for their service. Wanted to thank Judge Patel for being here this evening and swearing me in. It's been surreal. Judge Patel and I have sat through a lot of Randall football games. His daughter, Sandra, is on the Royals dance team, the national champion Royals dance team, along with my granddaughter, Isabella Murillo, sitting there on the front row. So thank you, Judge Patel, for swearing me in. He and I have sat through many Randall football games together, including the state championship. So thank you, Judge Patel. John Healy, our district attorney for 26 years, thank you for being here tonight. Thank you for your support. I appreciate you very much. Thank you so much for your support throughout for the many years, for being such a good friend and a good campaigner for us. Commissioner Dexter McCoy, thank you so much as well for your guidance, for your support. Thank you for being here this evening. Appreciate you very much. I consider you all to be family. So thanks again for being here with us tonight. Unfortunately, Mayor Benton could not make it. I want to thank Mayor Benton as well. He too is family, but unfortunately, he could not make it because he's presiding over a city council meeting here this evening. But otherwise, thank you to my family, to my friends. I'd be remiss if I didn't point out my daughter, Natalie. Give us a wave, Natalie. Terry High School graduate. Lisa is a Terry High School graduate. Both Sam Houston State and Texas A&M graduates as well. I'm very proud of my son-in-law. Where are you, Steve? Right there on the front row. He's a Lamar Consolidated High School graduate, also a veteran in the Navy. He has been the Volunteer of the Year at Wright Junior High and at Randall High School, and he established the POPS program in the Silver Track, which is comparable to the Dads on Duty. So thank you all for your service, for your unyielding support. God bless you. I love you.
Yeah. Ms. Trustee Marsters or Ms. Trustee Henderson, would y'all like to share a few words? Would you like to share anything? No? Okay. All right. It is 8:30 PM. We are adjourning to closed session pursuant to Texas Government Code Sections 551.071, 551.072, 551.074, and 551.082, the Open Meetings Act, to discuss personnel, land acquisition, or consultation with our attorney.
The Lamar CISD Board of Trustees are returning from closed session.
We are now back in open session. It is 8:44 PM. We have a quorum with all members present. We will now proceed with board officer elections. We will accept nominations for board president, board vice president, and board secretary. We will hear all the nominations for positions in that order, and then we will vote in the order in which the nominations are received. Trustees, you will have the options of aye, nay, or to abstain from the vote. The first vote we will take will be for board president. Once we have a majority for that position, we will move on to the next position. The floor is now open for nominations for president.
I would like to nominate Trustee Hotzel as president.
All right.
I second that motion.
Oh, 1 minute, sir. A nomination, I understand, it's like, yeah, let's rock and roll. A trustee for, nomination for Trustee Hotzel for the position of president was made by Trustee Henderson. Trustee Hotzel, do you accept the nomination?
Yes.
All right. Trustee Hotzel is nominated for the office of president. Are there any other further nominations for the office of president? One point, for the board officer positions, we don't need a second. So you can second. And so is there a second for this position? All right. All right. So hearing no other nominations, we'll now call for the vote. All in favor of Trustee Hotzel for the office of President of the Lamar CISD School Board, say aye. Aye. You can vote for yourself. Aye. Motion passes unanimously. All right, we will now open the nominations for position of Vice President. Are there any nominations?
I'd like to nominate John Welch.
All right. Trustee Box nominates Secretary Welch for the position of Vice President. Let me go back to that. It's part of the script. Are there any further nominations for the office of Vice President? Hearing none, we'll now call for the vote. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Motion passes unanimously. We will now accept nominations for the office of Secretary. Are there any nominations for the office of Secretary?
I would like to nominate Trustee Box.
All right, we have a nomination for Trustee Box for the office of Secretary. Are there any other additional nominations? Hearing none, we will call for the vote. All in favor say aye. Aye. None opposed, the motion passes. All right. Oh, well, I didn't say Trustee Box, do you accept the nomination? Okay. And John, do you accept the nomination?
John accepts the nomination. Thank you very much.
Good. Thank you, sir. We will now pass it on to the new president. So, ma'am, you have a script that has been prepared for you. So, there we go.
I just go right from here?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. May I have a motion that the Board of Trustees waive Board Policy CFF Local, which requires 2 signatures on each check drawn against internal accounts, and allow 1 signature for the maximum of 90 days to allow administration time to order new facsimile signature plates for the President of the Board, Jackie Hotzel, is that what I say? And the Secretary of the Board, Suzanne Box. Okay. Yes. May I have that motion, please?
I'll make it.
Okay, Trustee Welch makes the motion. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Trustee Lambert makes the second. Any discussion? Hearing none, I call for the vote. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Okay, we will now have reports and presentations on the information items.
All right, trustees, we have Mr. Buchanan to talk about our school lunch program.
Good evening, Board of Trustees and Dr. Nivens. Tonight, I'm going to bring forth some information about our student lunch pricing program for our 25-26 school year. So our child nutrition program is basically funded by federal funds. That's a primary source of revenue that we receive for our meals, and there are 3 different categories that students fall within in that those reimbursements. It is free, reduced priced, and full priced. There's a paid lunch equity tool. So the federal government requires us to annually evaluate our meals reimbursements to what our paying meals our kids are paying for. So the tool is ensuring that the funds from free and reduced meals do not help cover cost of a student who does not qualify for free and reduced meals. So if you're a paying student, they want to make sure that the federal government is paying for a free student, that those funds for a free student are not helping out a paying student's lunch. And they require us to evaluate that annually. If there's any kind of discrepancy within the pricing, the district must adjust its meal prices accordingly. Are there any questions about the paid equity tool? Okay, so currently, we have meal pricing for the 24-25 school year is $2.45 for Pegasus through 5th grade. 6th through 8th grade is $2.55. 9th through 12th is $2.65. We're looking at increasing all of those dollar amounts by 10 cents. So there's 173 days of school. So if a student eats lunch in the cafeteria every day for the 173 days, it's a total increase per student of $17.30 per year. Are there any questions or discussions?
All right, Board, now we will have Mr. Buchanan and Mrs. Ludwig talk about our 2025 possible bond.
Good evening, Board. Just to remind you, currently, since the 2011 school year, we've basically been on a 3-year bond cycle, except for the 22 year where our growth really accelerated and we needed to move that up a year. So from 2022 to now is 3 years. So now our bond cycle has come back up. Our bond committee was made up of 3 board officers, Dr. Nivens, Ms. Ludwig, myself, Mr. McKeever, and then Terrell Palmer, our financial advisor, and Stephanie Labai, our bond attorney. The committee met on April the 24th of 2025. We discussed proposed projects, and then we also discussed the financial impact of a future bond. So tonight, I will start with the proposed projects, and then we will go into the financial impact. So this data currently that you see before you is based off of the Q4 data that we've gotten from our demographer. It is 7 elementary schools. The first elementary school would be elementary 39, would be at Peak and Beech Nut. It would impact the gold and green track and open in 27. There would be another elementary school on the purple track and red track, both opening in the fall of 27. In the fall of 28, we would have elementary 42, which would be the purple track, impact, and then elementary 43 would be in the maroon track. In the fall of 29 would be the silver track of elementary 44 and the gold track of elementary 45. So these would be 7 elementary schools that would be part of the next bond. Are there any questions about the elementary schools?
Mr. Buchanan, there's quite a big difference between number 39 and number 40 and number 45. Help us understand why that is.
So, yes, sir. What we currently do is we take our latest elementary school that we received bids on through a competitive seal proposal, which is elementary school 38. We took the highest bid that we received out of the bids that that the bidders gave the district. That is our base price for a new elementary school in today's dollars. We add our soft costs, which is our FF&E, material testing, geotesting, along with our architectural and engineering fees, our furniture that goes in the building, instructional materials. And once we get that, we get a total today's cost for the entire project. What we do is that for every year from now until the school would open, we add 7% inflation. So the difference between 53 and 56 million is 7%, and between 56 and 60 is one more additional year of 7% inflation.
And the capacity of these elementaries is what?
All of them, there would be 854 of our regular ed students, along with additional 5 classrooms for our special education department, which is our current prototypes that we're using.
And these are all single-story buildings. These are none double-deckers.
That is correct. All our current prototypes are single stories. Next, in Prop A would be our secondary campuses. One thing that the board approved in our last bond was the additions to all our high schools. We did a 1,000-seat addition at Fulshire High School instead of a 500-seat addition that we had done at the other campuses. Because of that, Lehman and Roberts currently do not have the capacity within their building to meet the capacity of Fulshire High School. So we need to add capacity to both of those campuses so that the middle school, junior high, and high school would be a feeder pattern of students all being able to be within the facility. The best year for that to happen would be in the fall of 27 for that construction to occur, to open in the fall of 28. And the reason being is high school 8, junior high 8, middle school 8, open in the fall of 27. So the year that it would open, the enrollment would drop as low as it's going to drop through the rezoning process. We would do the additions at that time so that by the fall of 28, those additions would be up and functional for the campus. Second, as we look at the demographer's report, we're looking at Fulshire High School because that's currently the attendance zone for both Fulshire High School and Secondary Complex 8. When we look at it, the 2 high schools are roughly 6,200 is what would fit within both high schools before we run out of capacity. Well, in the fall of 29-30, it's reaching the 6,000, just over 6,000 mark at that current attendance zone. So if those attendance zones are split perfectly in half, you would basically be two high schools completely full of students. So that is the need for a third high school to be opened up in the Fulshire area to be able to service those students, and it needs to open by the fall of 29. And that would be a high school, junior high, and middle school. The other thing we looked at as we continue to grow is fine arts, our performing and visual art students. We were looking at currently all our high schools are between 800 and 850 are our capacity of our current high school auditoriums. Looking at expanding one of our current high school auditoriums or one of the new buildings to be able to expand that out to 1,250 students, or 1,250 members of the audience to be able to look at any kind of performance that they would have. The other things we would be looking at is putting in an orchestra pit so that you could have the band and orchestra underneath the stage and perform live musical for any act or play that they are currently having. Also expanding the stage area. The other thing we were looking at is expanding the prop production area. One of the things that we have a difficult time now is as we go from one to a play to another, we have to tear down a lot of our props because we have no place to store large props. We'd be able to create a fine arts area where those large area props will be able to be stored and wouldn't have to be teared down. They could be used over and over again within the facility. Then if you look at the final option on secondary schools is a Terry High School, George Junior High, and Navarro Middle School replacement. Again, opening in the fall of 29. Board of Trustees, this is our current layout of our secondary campuses. High School 8, I have as an octagon because we don't currently have attendance zone, but it is currently being built. When you look at the layout of our secondary campuses, we have two campuses that are basically adjacent to each other, and that is Lamar Consolidated High School's secondary campus and Terry High School's secondary campus. What we're looking at proposing to do would rebuild Terry High School, George Junior High, and Navarro Middle School adjacent to the CTE Center on Spur 10, putting it in the middle of the current red track attendance zone. So we'd build all three campuses. The other thing that would allow us to do is building the high school at 2,575. Terry High School's current capacity is 1,875. So we'd be gaining additional 700 seats at the high school level by moving the campus there and providing them a facility that is on par with the other campuses that we're building currently. The other thing that would allow us to do is, as we continue to expand on the southern section with Emberley and Brookwater and other developments coming in that area, is to take the Lamar attendance zone and take it and be able to expand it between the river and 59, being able to increase the number of students that go in there. Currently, anything that we would do would probably put Terry High School inside of Lamar High School's attendance zone. So you would have a high school inside of another high school's attendance zone in its current locations. Are there any questions about any of the four secondary propositions?
We had a long discussion in the committee meeting about this, so I just want everybody to, and I really want public feedback on this, because I'm really not sure what to think of it myself. What we're talking about doing is relocating the red track secondary schools, pretty much. Would you agree with that?
That is correct.
So the current buildings of Terry High School, Navarro Middle School, and George Junior High would not be used anymore, possibly torn down. No decisions would be made right now. And we would rebuild those next to the CTE Center down close to roughly Spur 10 and Highway 59.
That is correct.
I would really like the public's input on this. This is a big lift. Can you address, as a question I asked you in the committee meeting, what about all the millions of dollars that we've spent in my 6 years on this board poured into Terry High School and Georgia Junior High and the expansion? How do we address that? We've just done so many upgrades of these campuses. And now the idea would be to come along and do what?
So we have a committee that we currently have within the district that looks at academic programming, along with other support facilities that we're looking at. Currently, we're exploring different options for all three campuses, not making them a feeder pattern, but using each building for a different purpose. And we're continuing to explore those. One of those that we would be possibly looking at would be maybe a fine arts academy that would be 712, that would be housed at the current Terry High School. We're also looking at professional development, ALC. There's a lot of things that we have needs within the district that we could utilize those facilities, as well as being able to, those students will be in there until the fall of '29. So even though we say that now, they're still going to spend 4 more school years in those current facilities before we do anything with those.
So I have a comment on that. So what I understand is that repurposing those facilities is a very real possibility. Initially, I like the idea of relocating Terry High School because I believe that that would provide stability in zoning for the students at Kendleton that reside in the Kendleton area and the Beasley area. So, and of course, obviously puts them in closer proximity to the CTE Center. So that's my initial thought on that. Many of my constituents in the Kendleton and Beasley area would like to see some stability in zoning, and I believe that this would offer that opportunity. Not to mention the fact that Emberley and the other subdivision that are coming up are going to have significant needs.
Yes, sir. Mr. Welch, and I forgot to answer your other question is June 10th, we will be having a bond citizen committee where we'll be asking every trustee to provide 4 names. And what we'll do is we'll take every project within the bond, and then what we'll do is we'll ask them were they in favor or against each one of those individually line items, and then we'll be able to bring back that input to the board at the June board meeting. So that is our plan, to be able to gather that input from the community to feel how you feel about each individual project, and then we'll be able to bring back those percentages and present it to the board for your consideration in June.
So trustees, I know how emotional this conversation is going to get with our community. And this is not something that we bring to you lightly, but also this is something that has, when we started our strategic planning process and we did town hall meetings across the district, we did focus groups across the district. And our groups that represented the red and blue track all said the same thing, was when is it our turn to get some better facilities? And so listening to the communities ask those questions and the students ask those questions is why we bring this to the board. It was probably the number 1 or number 2 comment and need through our strategic planning, town halls, and through our focus group conversations. And so this is us trying to respond to the question.
And I can tell you now, Mr. Buchanan, as one trustee, I'm going to request of the administration, once we get this whole package, before we vote on it as a board to send it to the public, I'm going to ask for, not necessarily line by line itemized, but I'm going to want a lot of detail. I'm not going to want, we want repairs to Fulshire High School. I'm going to want, are we going to add canopies to sidewalks, those kind of things? Because those kind of things are what the public is paying for, and I want to make sure that we all have a chance to look at that kind of stuff and ask some honest questions. Juxtaposing the administration's desires with our representation of the public, and it's unlikely we're going to nitpick you that much, but we might, so.
And thank you for leading into our next section of Prop A. These will be our land and land development. We've learned a lot as we went through this of making sure that we have a land bank, and we've also made sure that we have drainage and utilities for those pieces of property, so when we do need to utilize them, they're prepared. We're continually growing in different areas, and until we can get campuses open, we will be needing to move portable buildings. To remind the Board of Trustees, even if we don't purchase one, to move one is $300,000. So to be able to keep and to balance those, we were putting in $20 million to be able to line item those. Again, as we continue to grow, both our staff and our bus, we continue to bus more and more students, is being able to have funds to be able to buy buses in the white fleet and not to be able to impact the classroom with those type of purchases. Safety and security will be discussed more in closed session as we work through that, but those will affect all color tracks through safety and security. And then, Mr. Wetzel, as you were talking about, currently, we don't have any of those building improvements. The only thing we have are roofing and air conditioning. The reason that we kept those as a priority within this bond package is we have a lot of air conditioning equipment that has went out over the last 3 years at, somewhere between $600 to $1.5 million a piece. Every time we have to replace a chiller, roofs are really expensive. So we will bring back an itemized list of those roof and air conditioning equipment that we'll be addressing through this package. And again, those will be across all color tracks. This is the end of Prop A. Do you have any questions about this section of Prop A?
I don't, but can we go back to, yes, high school 9? Okay, so you mentioned this is to relieve Fulshire, which will be at 6,000 something capacity. And if we were to split it in half, so we're opening Tomas without a senior class. Are we looking at opening this school possibly with a senior class in order to relieve Fulshire enough?
That'll be the board's decision. Traditionally, we've done sophomores and now we're doing junior. And so if we want to give maximum relief, we have to do that. If we want to give maximum relief to the campuses it's supposed to support. Okay. But that is a board level decision when is that time. And that time will be coming within the next year to have that discussion.
Could I ask about the auditorium upgrades to 1,250 seats? Do we have information on how often those seats are full? The seats, I don't know what number we have now, but.
We can gather that information. I do know that we do have productions where they are completely full. We also currently don't have, like most of our high schools, at Fulshire High School, you have no place to bring the entire grade level. So you can't even bring the freshman class in to address them. You have to split them up to be able to bring them in to do announcements and things like that, so. But we can bring that information back to you.
Okay.
Then we only have 2 propositions. All of that was Prop A. The second one is Prop B, and this is Prop B because it's required by law. So these are devices. These devices are both our desktops, laptops, and iPads. This dollar amount at $54,814,528 would bring us to a 1-to-1 district. So not only is our computer refresh, but it would bring us up to a 1-to-1 district as far as devices go. Are there any questions about Prop B?
When you say 1-to-1, you don't have details on what that would look like. I mean, like Katie, everybody has their device assigned to them. That would.
So right now, these numbers are for planning to do 1-to-1 laptops with students in grades 3 through 12. And then it would be iPads for students in pre-K through 2.
iPads 1-to-1 for pre-K through 2.
We would not have to add any iPads to our environment. They would already be available for us to be able to use in those classes. Not saying it has to be part of daily instruction. We would have the devices available at those levels.
You mentioned required by law. What part of this is required by law?
So there are certain things within law that requires us to have separate propositions, and I can have the bond attorney come up if we need to, but
No,
like
I
a
get that
stadium that
part.
has more than 1,000 seats, things like that, we are required to have its own separate proposition instead of being in our main Prop A.
Okay, I thought you meant the technology devices were required by law, so, okay, gotcha.
Can you remind me, Prop A, what's the estimated dollar amount for Prop A, the total?
You just lead right into everything, Mr. Welch.
One second. I want to, if Dr. Jones come back to the microphone, because one question that I heard earlier was, if we do 1-to-1, are those checked out to the students to take home? Are they just carts in the classroom that teachers will have on hand for student use? What's the general plan for that?
Right now, we're looking at solutions where those would be devices that could be used on campus and checked out through locker systems to be able to utilize it in that way. If the leadership wants to change some direction there, we could, but that's the current plan right now.
Thanks, sir.
So to answer your question, Mr. Welch, Prop A is $1,944,344. Prop B is $54,814,528 for a total cost of $1,999,505,872.
What was our last bond?
The last bond that we took out for public vote was just over 1.7 billion, and 1.5 billion got approved.
So the plan now is to present this to the committee, and you're going to come back to us. And then what's the plan after that? Are we going to discuss it amongst the seven of us of what we want to go in? I mean, this is usually how long of a process are we talking about before we have to vote?
The vote will have to take place in mid-August, and so we think we have a meeting set for August 13th, I believe is the date. That's about 7 days prior to the deadline, and so we'll have that meeting to discuss it. Our attorney will be here, our financial advisor will be here, and the board will have that conversation in an open session about what, kind of how we did in 2022. We talked about each project, you take some out, put some in, we do the math on the spot, and then once the board is settled on that and they vote on it, then our bond counsel will take the language, right, and create the language for the actual proposals that'll be given to the public. But right now, what we'll do is we'll have the committee have a conversation, get their input, and then we'll always bring that back to the trustees, and however much detail you guys will want, and then you would make a decision on what to go forward with, and then August 13th, possibly call for the bond election, and then we'll start. We'll go, let's roll.
And we think we can do this without, if we pass it and the public passes it, we are adding to the debt of the district, but is it also true that we would not be raising the overall tax rate?
I will wait because there's some financial data coming after me, but if we can answer all the project questions first, then Ms. Ludwig is going to be up and speak about tax rate, bonded debt, and all of that, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Can I ask one more question about the technology? So when you pass a bond for $55 million on devices that have a shelf life of, not a very long time, how do we handle that financially?
We actually sell bonds with maturities that are shorter.
Okay.
That's the short answer. Whereas some of our bonds might be 30-year maturities, 40-year maturities, these are usually like a weighted average of maybe 7 years, something like that, 5 to 7 years.
So we're not paying for an iPad 30 years later, is
Correct.
what you're saying?
Correct.
Okay.
I actually think there are some regulations as well that we have to do that way.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, okay. All right, so a quick snapshot of how we will pay for this. First of all, I'd like to cover where we are right now. We have just over $3 billion outstanding in bonds, and our current interest in sinking tax rate is 48 cents. And in the past 4 years, we've actually decreased the tax rate by 12 cents, a little bit over 12 cents. So that was actually an answer to a previous question. And with that, to support an election of $2 billion, we have started modeling various different scenarios using different assumptions and variables. We have been working with our financial advisor, Terrell Palmer, who is here. And we have done this with very conservative assumptions. For instance, we are looking at doing 4 sales of bonds if we do have an election of $2 billion passed. We'll do 4 sales starting in 2026, and our tax rate in that model will never exceed 48 cents. That is a high-level overview of where we are.
Go back to your last slide, because I want to point out that last line. Can you just point that out
Yes.
specifically?
No tax rate increase, bottom line. And that is if all of the variables hold true, and we feel confident that they're reasonable but conservative.
And so as a school district, we currently have $3 billion in outstanding bond debt. And if we pass this and at the current, and the public passes it, we would have $5 billion in bond debt.
Correct.
And that would be stretched over, 40 years? Is that correct? Something,
Ooh, I
roughly.
think- Let's see, the last maturity on this
30
one is
35
35.
years.
All right, any other questions or discussion?
I just want to clarify one thing, just for the public to know. So when we talk about no tax rate increase, that's exactly it. However, people see an increase in their taxes they pay because their property values go up, right? And so, as you see, we're planning to decrease the M&O tax rate. The INS tax rate will stay the same. But also, I just want to make sure that we're clear on that, is that although we don't plan on increasing the INS tax rate, people's property taxes go up, their property values go up, and so that means their taxes go up. That doesn't mean that we increase the tax rate, okay? So I just want to make sure that we're clear on that, because that's a common misconception in the public when they say, well, I just got my tax bill and my bill went up. It wasn't because the tax rate went up, it's because your property values have gone up. And we can just know for sure that Lamar CISD, with everyone coming here, your property taxes will probably still continue to increase, more than likely. And so those are conversations we'll make sure that we have very specifically with the public. We'll be very transparent in having those conversations and having all the data available for everybody to see. But I just want to make sure that we're clear on that and we say it on camera.
Yes.
Thank y'all.
Thank you.
Facility rentals?
Yes, ma'am. Facility rentals. It's the Greg Buchanan Show. Go ahead, sir.
Good evening, Board of Trustees and Dr. Nivens. Tonight, we want to bring forth a consideration, or a discussion about facility rentals. We're hearing a lot of comments from our public about different rates, different ways that facilities are being utilized. So we just want to make sure that we're transparent in what's governing us and how we operate our facility rental. So currently, we have board policy GKD legal and GKD local. They are both board policies governing non-school use of school facilities. We also have a facilities rental fees and guidelines that was approved by the Board of Trustees on June 13th of 2017. So that is where all our rates are set, along with our hourly rates for our employees. We're going to go over some brief highlights of GKD local. So some of the order in which we follow is if there's an academic or extracurricular activity sponsored by the district, it will take precedence. So you have school use, which is number one, and then after that, when we start looking at non-school use, we look at academic and extracurricular activities. Second would be school and district support organizations. So these would be any kind of booster clubs, things like that are supporting the district. And then the third bucket would be all other organizations shall be considered on a first-come, first-served basis. Would like to also point out that the superintendent does have the authority to cancel any non-school use of any facility if an unexpected conflict arises with the district activity. So for instance, if somebody were to use the Foster gym and the Fulsher gym were to flood for some reason or a pipe burst and a basketball game had to be relocated to Foster, he has the authority, according to GKD local, to be able to say, I'm sorry, but we have to use it for district use. The other thing is you have approval of the use. So the first level approvers for all campuses is our campus principals. For all of our district athletic areas, it is our athletic director to be able to approve those. And then I am the final approval for all non-school use of all the facilities. So our non-school users shall be charged a fee according to this policy, and then the Like we talked about earlier, the fee schedule that was approved by the board in June of 2017, it establishes the fees based on the cost of operation and breaks down and is compliant with GKD local. So our facility rental guidelines, facility rentals must be received 10 days in advance of the event. Because of this, it's also difficult for us to get workers because all of these events that happen that are non-school use, we have anywhere between a site supervisor, custodians, police officers, other things to be able to get not only the approval done, but also to ensure that we have the personnel to work any of the events that show up. So these are excerpts out of our facility fee and guidelines that was approved by the board. So you have school day, and then you have non-school day, and then you have a breakdown of each individual area, and then you have additional staffing, and it's based on an hourly rate. So we're about to dive into this and let you know a little bit more deep of how we implement this as a district. So we currently use Facilitron. They are a software that allows users to schedule events at all district-wide sites. But this is also for internal and external use. So all of our campuses want to be able to use the facility. It helps us coordinate all of that at the campus level. So make sure that no double booking is done between fine arts and athletics or CTE or anyone else within the school itself. They also help set up our support services, including security and HVAC. They manage our insurance requirements. So one of the big things when you start utilizing your facilities for non-school use is making sure that those renters have insurance and indemnify the district as part of the process. So that way, if anyone is injured, anything were to happen at that, it falls on their insurance policy and does not fall on liability of the school district itself. So they make sure that those meet all our current requirements. They also invoice and collect all the facility rentals. So they do any kind of invoicing that needs to be done. They issue any kind of refunds, and they also distribute a revenue check to the district once a month. It also provides the district with dashboards and reports. So how often are our facilities being used? It also allows us to be able to say, are we getting more wear and tear on one facility than another? So it provides us all those reports. It also provides reports of actually who's using the facility and how often they're using it. So the payment for this. So right now, Facilitron, the way the agreement is set up is they get 10% of all the revenue that comes in within the district. The 90% that is left, they cut the district a check at the end of every month of the 90% of the remaining basis. Are there any questions about the software that we use and utilize? Okay, so now we're going to run through a quick deal of how you submit a rental if you're out in the public. So on our homepage, we have underneath community, it's a facility rental. If you click on that page, it produces a facility rental reservation, outlines a little bit of it. It's cut off at the bottom, but there's a YouTube video of how to if you need that. But once you get through this page, you click the access to facility rental on the bottom left. Once that does, it brings you up to here. And what this drop-down box for a search is, it lists every facility within the district that is able to be rented by an outside vendor. So once they get to that, you pick your facility. So I picked Austin Elementary School because it was close to the top. So once you do get to click on that, it brings you to Austin Elementary School, and then it shows you on the drop-down menu everything within that facility that could be rented out. And then you pick the areas that you would like to be used as part of the rental. What it does, it takes you to this. So this is Beauty and the Beast show. This is something that we just put together and said it was at George Ranch High School. So you look, the total cost of the entire rental is $1,830. So that's what it would cost for you to be able to utilize that facility for 375 people. If you break down, you have George Ranch Auditorium, and it's used from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m., so it's a 4-hour rental. So the cost of renting the actual facility is $720. So if you'll notice on here, you have a custodial fee, and then you also have a custodial staff. Custodial fee, the way it's currently charged is we charge them 30 minutes prior to the event so the custodian can get there, make sure the event's set up properly. It also, on that custodial fee, is an hour charge after the event is over with to make sure that that facility is set back up for instruction and the school to be able to use it after the event is being closed. Then you have HVAC, which is zero because part of the $720 for the hourly rate for the auditorium includes the site supervisor and the air conditioning cost. Then you break down and you have custodial staff. Well, this would require 4 staff for 4 hours. You multiply that out times the hourly rate, that's where you end up with the $400. The police officers, if you'll notice, there is a police officer and a police fee. The police fee is the same as a custodian, putting security there 30 minutes prior to the event, up to an hour after the event, to ensure that they're safe both getting into the event and coming out of it. Once that gets broken down, one thing that is unique about the auditoriums, our policies and rental guidelines require that a staff member operate those lighting and sound for those auditoriums. So that's the $160 at the bottom. Once you total that up, that's where you end up with the $1,830 for a 4-hour rental. So a lot of things that may change is, if you'll notice, this attendee had 375. If that were to go to 800 attendees, you would probably end up adding, well, no, not probably, we would be adding more custodian and more police. So some of the renters that we have that utilize certain areas of a facility, such as gyms or cafeterias, well, if there's a difference between 100 or 500 people attending, even though they're using the same space, there may be more personnel needed because there's more people sitting at the facility. Any questions or discussions?
So, excuse me, so when I'm looking at we had the chart for the facility rental, the proposal and comparisons, it looks like it didn't really change I guess the hourly rate didn't really change a whole lot. Is that true? Sorry, it's not in your presentation, it's in our board book.
Oh.
Just, we had seen the presentation.
Yeah, so when you look at the facility guidelines that was approved in June of 2017, yes, ma'am, because that was board approved, unless the board, we bring it back to the board and the board decides to change those rates are set in stone. Those are the only rates that we charge. And currently, we're basically a break even as far as using our facilities.
I thought we discussed increasing the rates. Okay.
Trustees, just so for your FYI, we have discussed the rates in a committee meeting with the board trustees. And next month, we're bringing to this board just one rate increase is for our police officers. And so we want to make sure that we do that and that we take care of our officers. But we'll bring that to the board next month. I probably said next week. Did I say next week? Next month.
Any other questions or discussion? Thank you.
I do have a question. How did you, I don't think that you have this, but how did you pick the ISDs to compare the rates to?
How do we choose the
school districts that have the different rates that we're comparing?
So what we're looking at is adjacent districts currently around us. So that's what we're looking at is comparable. Because one thing that we don't want to do is take, if our rates are higher, say, for instance, as Fort Bend, we don't want to take our current community and they go to Fort Bend because it's providing them a better value than our current facilities. So you try to make them comparable to districts around you, making sure that you're utilizing your facilities for your community.
Anyone else? Good. Okay, thank you. Now, we will have reports and presentations on the future action items.
Mr. Buchanan.
Good evening, Board of Trustees and Dr. Nevins. Bring forth a discussion about design development for middle school number 8. So middle school 8 is located adjacent to the elementary school site that we have. It's on the west side of FM 359, which is north of downtown Fulshire. So we've already approved the design development for high school 8. Earlier tonight, the board approved junior high school number 8. So tonight is a future action item for middle school number 8, exterior design. So this was option 1. This was option 1 compared to the high school. Option 1 compared to the junior high school that was approved earlier. Option 2 Option 2, compared to the high school. Option 2, compared to the junior high school. Option 3. Option 3 in high school 8. Option 3 in junior high school number 8. These were our committee members that viewed these, provided comments, and also ranked the options. So option 1 received 3 votes. Option 2 received 1. Option 3 received 14. So again, this is option 3 compared to high school number 8.
These are new designs, correct? We have not used these before.
That is correct. These are 3 brand-new prototype
Three brand new
schools.
prototypes. So will we use these prototypes again? Typically for junior highs and high schools, we repeat.
Yes, ma'am. So we
Yes.
would be using these for possibly high school 9 and the Terry Complex if we decide to relocate those. Those would be the prototypes that we would use. Again, we will change exteriors some. We have some little bit of it, things we can do with the exterior. A lot mainly is due with the construction of materials. Different stones, different glass tinting, different metals, different metal colors, things of that nature to try to get it to blend in closer to the community around it.
Do we save money when we repeat designs like this?
Yes, ma'am. Right now, currently, our prototypes cost us 6% of the construction cost. So if whatever the cost of the facility is, once we get a construction bid, the architect and engineers get paid 6%. If we reutilize that design, they get paid 3%. So it's 50% less when it costs to our design cost.
Okay. Anybody else? Questions? Okay, thank you. Next.
So board, next we have our discussion of our 2025, 2026 compensation plan. So Mrs. Ludwig.
Good evening again. This evening, I will provide information on several things that the board will be addressing this summer, mainly our 25-26 budget, the compensation plan, and also the 2025 tax year assessment and levy of property taxes. So first of all, there are 3 budgets that are legally required to be adopted by the Board of Trustees every year. The one for the general fund, the debt service fund, and the child nutrition fund. The district adopts a budget at the functional code level. The functional code is the way the TEA requires us to account for costs. They have a uniform coding system, and so all transactions have to be coded accordingly so that that data can be used for analysis, legislation, and things like that. So the functional category is relates to where the types of expenditures are used or focused. The budget can be amended during the year, and any amendment that crosses functions has to then be approved by the board as well. So with that, I will discuss the general fund first. At this point in time, we have a total revenue budget estimate of $507.8 million and an expenditure budget of $510.2 million roughly. We are looking at a $2.355 million deficit. However, as was mentioned earlier, we are making progress toward balancing that budget. We will ask the board to adopt the budget for 25-26 in June, as if we were operating under our July to June fiscal year, which we will be moving to in the 26-27 year. So the 25-26 budget will actually be a short period or a 10-month budget. Our revenues and our sources of funds for the general fund come from 3 main sources. two of which are the greatest, of course, which are the local and state funds. As I mentioned, our budget is $507.8 million at this time, with $215.5 million of that coming from local sources, with property taxes being the greatest of those sources. And then from state sources, $290.7 million. The bulk of that is from the state funding formula. There are some things that we are required to discuss with the board and the public each year. First of all, we have received a certified estimate of value from the Fort Bend Central Appraisal District at this point in time, and that's what we're using to base all of our revenue estimates at this time. In July, at the end of July, actually, we will receive certified values, and all calculations will be redone, and we will update the budget estimates. At this point in time, taxable values used for our tax levy estimate, based on the certified estimate of value, we are looking at $29.4 billion roughly. That's an increase of almost 5% over the 2024 tax year values, and that would be at certification last year, so last July. You'll see there the increases in value over the last few years. In 2024, we had a little over a 12% increase, 9% the year before that, and then a big increase of almost 24% in 2022. The M&O rate that's used for this budget estimate, which is the same one that the board approved earlier in the meeting, the M&O rate of roughly 65 cents. 60 cents of that is our maximum compressed tax rate estimate, and that's calculated according to a state formula. And then we have 5 enrichment pennies on top of that that were approved by the board previously. Our state aid estimate is based on an enrollment figure of 48,951 students. But as you know, our funding is based actually on the attendance of those students. So we're looking at a 94.5% attendance rate. And also, there are some allotments within the funding formula that are being prorated. So some detail about that revenue budget. You'll see that 42% is from the local sources, 57.25% are from state sources, and then a small amount of about 1/3 of a percent is from federal sources that are reported in the general fund. So you'll see of the $215.5 million, $207 million of that is from property taxes, and that's from current year levy plus delinquent taxes. About $7.6 million is from miscellaneous local sources. The largest of that is interest revenue. There are revenues from athletic events in there, donations and things like that. Those would be the big categories. Of the $290.7 million in state-sourced revenue, the biggest piece, of course, is the Foundation School Program at $247.4 million. And then there's a per capita rate of $17.4 million. The $1,575,000 are from federal sources. 2 of those 3 sources relate to Medicaid, and so the district files claims for Medicaid eligible students where we are providing eligible services during the school day. So you'll see that is about 1/3% of the budget. Moving on to a summary of our budget of revenues and expenditures, you'll see the $507.8 million in revenue compared to last year's $473.8 million in revenue. Against that, we have $510.2 million estimated in expenditures, with $436.6 million being related to payroll and benefit costs. And then the next largest category of $41.3 million relates to professional and contracted services. Our utility budget's in that category also. Supplies and materials follows that at $22.7 million, and about $9.5 million for miscellaneous operating costs. So expenditures exceed revenues by about $2.4 million at this point. Moving into salaries and benefits, they compose over 85% of our budget, and that's typical. The Board Budget Committee did make salary increases a top priority this year, and also to also promote the retention of staff and also maintain competitive salaries. Our starting teacher salary next year will be $65,700. All teachers and others paid on the teacher salary schedule are receiving a flat raise of $2,000 each, and all other staff will receive a 3% of midpoint raise. There's no increase in health plan premiums being passed on to over to staff. The district is going to absorb any increased costs in the health plan. And if you'll remember, our health plan is a self-insured plan. District staff were required to use zero-based budgeting techniques this year to ensure that budgets weren't just rolled over routinely, as sometimes happens with organizations of our size. Expenditures were combed through, reduced, analyzed, and from a starting point of $0 to make sure that everyone was really conscious of what was being budgeted. With that, I can answer any questions on the general fund that you might have. Otherwise, I'll move on to child nutrition.
I have one quick question. When you say that we absorb the cost of the healthcare price increases, can you explain that a little further?
So every year during the year, we analyze the various costs of the health plan. The bulk of those would be the claims costs and also the administrative costs. We do look at the makeup of the plan benefits and what we offer and how the costs are performing against our estimates. And then we propose a budget for the following year based on the results. So typically, as you know, health costs rise from year to year. And we analyze whether the premiums that we're already receiving from participants in the plan for the staff and for their dependents, we look to see if that plus district contributions will cover the costs of the plan. And so this year, we feel like what we're currently contributing, or what the staff are currently contributing, plus district contributions will cover the plan expenses for next year. In this number, where you see the $436.6 million, that is the category where we budget the monies that will be transferred to the health plan. It's all accounted for in a separate fund.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Moving on to child nutrition, it is a self-sustaining budget. This year, we're looking at a budget of $31.2 million. As Mr. Buchanan said earlier, most of the revenues are generated from breakfast and lunch sales, but the bulk of the revenue comes from federal sources. In there, we have a budget that's very similar to the general fund budget. It includes salaries and benefits, food costs, supply costs, and then capital outlay. As you'll see, $11.9 million of the child nutrition budget is payroll and benefits, $335,000 contracted services. Of course, 6,300 supplies and materials are $18.8 million. That's where your food costs, your paper goods, all those types of things are accounted for. Other operating costs at $72,000 and capital outlay at $48,000 will give you your expenditure budget of $31.2 million. I'll take questions on that fund. All right, moving on to debt service. We are estimating our resources for the debt service fund at $173.6 million in the middle of the page. Property taxes at a 99% collection rate are estimated at $150.8 million, and delinquent taxes at another $550,000. This fund is supported also by various different sources of interest. Interest earnings on the fund balance of the debt service fund, and also capitalized interest from previous bond sales. So we're looking at $4.9 million in those resources. And then we receive state hold harmless funding in the amount of $17.3 million. This year, our bond principal is estimated, or is $40 million, and bond interest will be about $133.5 million. Any funds in this particular fund can only be used for debt service. We can't use it for anything else like salaries or anything like that. Each year, we do have a small amount of fees related to processing and payment of bonds. Those fees go to paying agents and for arbitrage calculation fees and things like that.
Ms. Lowe, I have a question for you about that. You went over that pretty quickly about the debt service fund. And so I have a question about that, just for public sake. So we have 3 buckets, right, of money. Basically, we have M&O, INS, and M&O, INS, and our child nutrition. The question I get often is, can we increase our lunch prices to help pay for things inside at the school level, as far as increasing programs for students, increasing teacher pay, or is that allowable?
Well, it probably is allowable, but typically our child nutrition fund salaries and benefits follow the same standards and the same staffing guidelines and things as the rest of the employees. And like we said earlier, the bulk of the funding comes from federal sources, and that's based on lunch participation.
Could we use our debt service funds to pay teacher salaries?
No, definitely not. Anything that is, first of all, we levy a tax rate for that fund, and it's specifically for that fund, and those dollars cannot be deposited in any of the other funds, whether it be general fund, child nutrition, or any of our other federal funds. We do have a number of other federal funds, but the INS money is strictly for debt service, and that is it. No salaries. Okay, moving on to the tax rate. As was approved earlier this evening, we will be publishing a tax rate in the public notice of $1.13, 1.1337. That, once the certified values come in, that rate could change. And as long as the rate does not increase, we do not have to republish. We'll only have to publish that notice one time. The reason it might or could increase would be if certified values came in very high and our maximum compressed rate grew or increased. Typically, though, if values grow, that rate's actually going to go the opposite way and go down. So we don't expect to have to republish anything. We feel, if anything, the M&O rate will go down rather than up. Compared to the 24-25 year, we were at 1.1469, so you'll see the decrease again in the total rate there. And the interest and sinking rate stayed the same.
Ms. Ludwig, we are changing, just to remind everybody, we are changing our budget year from September 1st to July 1st. as state law allows us to. And it's like a 2-year process, if I remember right.
Yes.
So we are going to vote on a tax rate and a budget in the month of June, but you do not receive the certified property values until the mid-July, is that correct?
The end of July.
End of July. So talk to us about if that comes in different from the tax rate we set in June to something changes by the end of July. What do we do?
So this year will be a little different than other years. The budget that you'll be adopting really won't become effective until September 1st. So if there were some, large magnitude changes or something like that, we could still amend the budget that's adopted next month prior to the end of August, because technically we're still on the September to August fiscal year, and we would have to have the final adopted budget before September 1st. So we could still amend. Now, once we do get through the 10-month short year and move to the July to June fiscal year in July of 2026, then we will definitely have to use the estimates for budget adoption. But typically speaking, our appraisal district here gives us a reliable estimate. So we feel comfortable about being able to estimate what our revenue budget will be. And of course, our values impact our state revenue as well. But we feel like we get reliable estimates. The certified estimate of value is actually a written estimate that's certified and signed off by the chief appraiser. And that's actually received in April. But after that, we continue to stay in communication with the appraisal district and the chief appraiser as they go through the protest process and things like that, so that if we need to tweak the estimate along the way before the June adoption, we can. Hopefully that makes sense.
One other question, and I am going to ask you this again next month, just to get it on the record. One of the worst things I think a school district could do is overtax their local folks, and through the recapture, what was used to be called Robin Hood. So with the rate of 1.1337, are we in any danger of overtaxing our local population, sending it to Austin so they can redistribute it to other parts of the state?
No, we will not be in what TEA refers to as an excess revenue position. We will not be in that position.
Anybody else? Questions? Okay, thank you, Ms. Ludwig. We will now have discussion of the Student Code of Conduct and the K-8 telecommunications revisions.
Good evening, President Hotzel, trustees, and Dr. Nivens. As she explained, I'm here to discuss some potential revisions to the Student Code of Conduct as it relates to pre-K through 8th grade students' use of cell phones and telecommunication devices. Before we get started, I do want to remind, and some of you may be aware that in the fall, we first started this conversation, and during that time, we convened a committee to review the policy around misuse of electronic devices, what we refer to as MLD, the policy around that, and discuss any potential need for revisions. And the committee consisted of trustees, our superintendent, Dr. Nivens, all the secondary campus principals were there, our leader of student discipline, our leader of technology, and myself. We met twice in the fall, once on my birthday, and again on December 4th. And these are the topics that we discussed at that time. We looked at, again, the policy as it was written at the time. We discussed the campus level practices the principals shared, how they, the things that they do to enforce the code of conduct with regards to misuse of electronic devices. Mr. Navas shared the data around the infractions. We'll look at some data in just a minute. And we also discussed the impact on learning and student culture, enforcing the student code of conduct around misuse of electronic devices. And then finally, we discussed a need, see if there was a need to adjust the code of conduct. So now I want us to take a look at some of the cell phone data Again, for those who are new, we have a tracker that we use to, anytime there's a student found or with a cell phone device, misusing a cell phone device or the telecommunications device, we put it in the tracker and we list the tracker so that we can see the data in a number of ways. For example, again, MLD at the top is a misuse of electronic device. That's what we use as a code. And so looking at this, we have a total, this is as of last week, we have a total infractions of 7,102 across the district. And the first thing I noticed is that the lion's share of those infractions are at the high school level, very minimal at the elementary, the middle school, a little tick up at the junior high, but still almost 75%, it seems like, at the high school level. Here's another way of looking at the data using a pie chart. And again, as I said, 72%, the lion's share is at the high school level of infractions, 1% elementary, 1% middle school, junior high making up 26%. And this is our total students in the district, and this is to date as of last week. And here's another way of looking at the data, something we work really hard at, looking at data different ways. You can see that 0 in pre-K, 0 in kinder, only 8 in all of our first grade classes throughout the district. And you can see, again, it start to creep up once students get into 7th and 8th grade, peaking out in 10th grade, and then it reduces as, I guess the students mature. Now, before we look at the next set of data, I do want to remind everybody or share with you that we have a graduated consequence for the infractions. So basically, the first offense, parents contacted, the device is confiscated, and it's returned at the end of the day. Second offense, parents contacted, device confiscated. Parents now must retrieve the device and pay a $15 fee. If there's a third offense with that student, the parents contacted, confiscation of the device, parents must retrieve with a $15 fee, and we assign in-school suspension. The fourth offense, again, the same as the first or the third, except here we suspend out of school. And then the fifth offense and beyond, again, contact a parent, confiscation of the device, $15 fee. The student now is recommended to our alternative learning center. Now, keeping that in mind, the next set of data looks at the number of infractions per offense. And the first thing I notice here is that it significantly and dramatically reduces after the first offense. So the first offense consequences seem to be working. Some students need a little more reminder, and they move into the second offense. And that continues to reduce, and noticing that at the fifth offense, we've only had 53 students at that level of infraction, and that's with a total of 47,000 students in our district. And this is to date as of last week. Now, before I pass it on to Dr. Waits, are there any questions regarding this?
I do have a question. How are you ensuring that it is enforced exactly the same on every campus?
Great question. So one of the things we have done is met with the principals at the secondary level, particularly because that's where the issues are happening. At that meeting, we discussed, again, that's why I had part of it was a discussion of how the policy is implemented on the campuses when we discuss the practices. But also our work as area soups, my 5 colleagues that oversee those tracks in the high schools, we work very closely with the principal. We walk the building, we monitor, we ensure that everyone's on the same page with regards to implementation of the policy.
So do you have the data by campus so that you would be able to see if a certain campus maybe is not following the policy as strictly as another campus?
We do, with regards to the students following the policy?
Correct.
Great, right. We do have that data. Is that something you can get? Do we need to get that now, or?
No, I'm just curious. I mean, things that I have been told,
Yes.
is that you may go to one high school and it's enforced very strictly, yet you can go to another high school across the district and it's not enforced in the same way. And so I'm just curious if we have the data to support that.
We do have data that we look at, and that data is shared with our area superintendents who are responsible then to if they see a tick up in the data with certain campuses that they oversee, then they intervene and work with the principal and the campus administration.
And this is something that the board would possibly approve next month. And so if you would like us to bring that data, we can bring that data to you next month by campus if we have it. If we don't have it, we can figure out a way to get it to you.
For sure.
Yes, ma'am.
And can I just say too, this data really is not really an indicator to me of enforcement. It's an indicator of who gets caught or when they get caught, or, I mean, that's, obviously, it's not gonna be perfect, and it's a lot of kids to monitor, but you're right, enforcement, I think, is different, looks different on different campuses, and they have a little bit of discretion as far as, can you walk in the school with your phone in your hand and your iPods, your AirPods or whatever in your ear while you're watching all the way to first period, and then the bell rings, you put it up, or, no, you can't walk in the building with that. I mean, there's some discretion, and I think that leads to, also lends to other issues too, but.
I will say, so one of the things that we did look at, maybe as a proxy for that, how it's being implemented, is we looked at trends in other kinds of data, right? Student fights, for lack of better terms, right, tick down because students don't have their phones out. And typically students convene or get together, organize those things. I think contraband has gone down. A number of things that have gone down resulting from making sure that students don't have those devices out. So there have been, those are the conversations that we had in the committee meeting. What are the trends that we're noticing? What's the impact of student culture? But also, to be clear, we've shared this, that our student learning data has improved significantly over the course of the year. And I would attribute that partly to the fact that students have their phones put away and are paying attention. Any other questions?
Well, I don't think that the data, this data necessarily, like you were saying, bears out that it's working across all campuses the same way. I do think that it shows that after one infraction, kids start to get the picture, especially in high school. And like you were saying, I think it's also proven that like recording fights in the hallway, there's less of that has gone down. So I really think that the policy in and of itself has been, successful in high school. So that's so far.
I appreciate your questions. Thank you.
Good evening, trustees, Madam President, Dr. Nipson. In this section, we're going to focus on the updates for pre-K through 8th grade students. And these are proposed student code of conduct updates. And this is approximately about 33,000 students who will it affect. So here's our current student code of conduct. And if you focus in the highlighted section, it speaks of students are allowed to bring their devices to lunch, and teachers have the discretion to use their device during instruction purposes. At this time, this is our current student code of conduct. So here you see it in blue text, meaning we're going to indicate what's going to be, the text going to be implemented into the student code of conduct if approved in our June board meeting. And in this section, I'm going to give the key points on the next slide, so you don't have to read every line. But this section focuses on devices are turned off. It's in students' backpack, not in clothing, and entirely for the school day. So the key points of that section that could be implemented are the cell phones are in backpacks, not in, or in lockers, not in pockets. And the use of cell phones is prohibited through all areas of the building. And devices can be turned on after the final bell for communication. So this next section here is a part that can be implemented as well, and it focuses on what dismissal is for junior high, middle school, elementary A and B. So for junior high, middle school, it's 4:30 p.m., elementary A, 2:40 p.m., and elementary B, 3:10 p.m. And the key points in that section are the dismissal times, and the student cannot use the phone at all in the building or in the class. And for emergency, students can call the front office, and students can go to the front office if they need to utilize a telephone. So for student exceptions, so at this time, for students with a 504 plan or IEP, which is an individualized health plan, is going to, individualized education plan, is when an R committee comes together and they vote and approve for a student to utilize a cellular phone device or pouch. And this section also talks about students can use the telephone, or the cell phone in an emergency, and it has to be a serious emergency. So those key points, students with the IEP or 504 plan can utilize the device with the pouch, Also, students can use the phone during an emergency if it's a serious threat to health or safety, and the school district is not responsible for damage or loss of personal devices. So, pending the June board meeting, these code of conduct implementations will be implemented in our 2025-26 school year. And I want to let you know that we're looking very closely at our House bill and Senate bills that can come into that are currently in the 89th legislative session, excuse me. And that legislation will end June 2nd. And here's what we're really focusing on. House Bill 1481 with no personal devices throughout their entire day. Senate Bill 2365, no devices during class time. And both of these bills applies to all students pre-K through 12. Both bills have passed one chamber, and this could start September 1st, 2025, if approved. At this time, I take question and discussion.
Question. Do we currently have a police officer on every campus?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you.
Dr. Waits?
Yes, sir.
So the current code, the current policy on this, to remind everybody, is that either the campus principal can make a policy, no cell phone use in their building during the school day.
Yes, sir.
If that does not happen, the individual teacher can say, I have a policy in my classroom, no cell phones.
Yes, with administrative approval, yes, sir.
So if this passes, if the legislature doesn't do anything with that and we pass this, and a kid gets caught at lunch with the cell phone, what's the consequence? And
So it can go to the consequences, for instance, here, I'm gonna go back to this part here, and you go to these 5 offenses
So
here.
it'd just be the same thing?
Yes, sir.
So materially, what's the difference in what we currently have and what we have, except the change on paper?
So right now, we implemented the pre-K through 8th grade. The principal, there would be no discretion at all from the teacher, and there would be no cell phone use in the building at all.
So we would take away the discretion of the campus principal from K through 8th grade and the classroom teacher?
Yes, sir.
Thanks.
Currently, the majority of our campuses, K through 8, are cell phone free. They already
Yes,
have
ma'am.
that policy in place.
So yes, ma'am, out of the 46 campuses, pre-K through 8th grade, 7 of them don't have a zero tolerance policy.
Okay. Does the policy say for junior high and middle school lunches, no cell phones during lunches? Is that the new one? Okay. But in high school, we are allowing cell phones at lunch, yes.
Yes, ma'am.
But I believe they all do.
Yes, ma'am.
So we could draw some sort of correlation line, as in there's going to be a gap that if House Bill 1481 passes, and a lot of, or some of the learning on campus does require some sort of technology, and since we're currently not a one-for-one district, the passage of the bond and that portion that we talked about earlier for technology is going to be imperative.
Absolutely.
And so if we enforce some of this, and since we're moving towards, Canvas and all the digital learning things, if we move towards this and say, whether it's SB 2365 or House Bill 1481, I'm going to assume that there is no dollars attached to that for schools to supplement digital devices, correct?
Yes, correct.
So for us as a community, if there is going to be an implementation of this law, that this is going to happen without the supplementation of dollars to do that, as a district, we'll need to pass a bond for that, correct?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
And I think, yes, with the bond, that would be beneficial to not to have phones removed, and then we have that. But I personally don't think that LCISD needs to be a one-to-one district. I certainly don't think we need to be one-to-one when we're talking about K through fifth grade on iPads. And this is, I do think having, obviously, access to more computers would allow our teachers to reserve more and have those options. But that computers aren't used every day in our classrooms, not even in high school. So I think it's important to not use computers every day in high school. I do think interaction with people and with your peers and your teachers is beneficial in the learning environment instead of just being on a device and interacting with a device. So. I'm not saying that I don't think we need dollars for devices. I do, because I do think that's the way to keep cell phones out of our classroom. I'm just saying whether we need to be one-to-one, I don't know about that.
Any other questions or discussion? Thank you, Dr. Waits.
Yes, ma'am, thank you.
Okay, are there any items on the future consent agenda that trustees would like to pull for discussion at the June board meeting? No? Okay. Can I borrow this?
It is all yours, ma'am.
Can I borrow? It is 10:11 p.m. Is that right? No. Okay. We are adjourning to closed session pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.071, 551.072, 551.074, and 551.082, the Open Meetings Act, to discuss personnel, land acquisition, and consultation with our attorney.
The Lamar CISD Board of Trustees are returning from closed session.
And he's sitting. Okay. It is 10:42. We are now back in open session. It is 10:42 PM. We have a quorum. The meeting is adjourned. It is 10:42 PM.